Well, well, well. Ahoy, crypto pirates. Welcome to your Discourse Syndicate. I'm Captain RG3. I'm here with NrdGrl Nicole, better known as NrdGrl. But my co-host, Litecoin Moses, my number one deckhand, is not here again, as usual. Late, always late. So I just started giving him the link late. Nicole, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. It's been a while since we had you. I didn't expect you to give us the what do they call those beds that you pose on when you take the pictures and stuff?
I don't know.
Those little couches. Anyway, it's like European couch thing that the women lay on and take pictures on. So
chase.
Yeah, there you go. I didn't expect you to be in chase position here.
Sorry.
But I'm sure our chat room is loving it. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, hey. Good evening, NrdGrl. Everyone's saying.
What's up, guys?
Well, let's see. RG3, the last line says Ember in that scrolling text. It's not supposed to be spelled right. I'm a pirate. I don't spell right. So anyway, there. Well, hey, look who's here. I'm going to bring him up too.
Litecoin Moses.
And we have no picture. Are you there, bud?
Oh, I'm here. Sorry, I was just turning off my Wi-Fi.
All right.
Yeah, let's not make it any more difficult than it is, right?
Sorry, I thought that I had it on Do Not Disturb.
This is like a freaking progressive commercial now,
Mm-hmm.
where they start doing all this stupid shit, right? On stream.
All right.
My timing's awful. I have awful.
I don't know. I don't have like TV with commercials, so I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm sure you're right. I'm sure that was a funny joke.
It was real funny. There's probably people laughing, but not here.
Sure. Oh no, Litecoin Moses left?
Yeah, he exit scammed us. So we're having a
okay, wait. So do we swear on this show or no?
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
Swear.
So he was just like, you know what? This is stupid. Fuck you guys.
Exactly. That's what he was doing. So
right, cool.
What happens is he's in the middle of changing all of his technology out. He got a new computer, so he's getting ready to launch it all, but he hasn't done so yet. So he cell phones us, and most of the time it takes him a little while to get his cell phone up and running properly. He logs in and he can't hear us, or we can't hear him, so he has to jump in and out a couple of times. It's part of the show, so
all right,
we're going with it.
It's a feature.
It's a feature, exactly.
Mm-hmm. It's a feature.
So,
just like my phone ringing.
Do you have a silent button on that?
So it's my computer ringing, and it's my daughter calling repeatedly. So I'm gonna text her.
You know what?
Stop calling me.
Let's let the show come to a screeching halt. Go ahead and talk to your daughter real quick.
No, it's okay. She's gonna be back in town tomorrow.
So we have another guest coming on to the show. I'm going to put you.
10alexa10.
What's up?
Hello together. Hello RG3.
Hey, how you doing?
Just got up 5 minutes ago, so yeah, I need some time to make my brain work, but it's okay.
So like 2-3 a.m. out there?
It's exactly 3:05. Yeah.
Okay. I thought I didn't see. I thought you were Litecoin. I pulled you up real quick. I'm gonna throw you back down just for a second. I want to talk to NrdGrl for a second, then I'll bring you up.
Hello, NrdGrl. Okay.
Hi, Alexa. Nice to meet you.
So anyway, I wanted to catch up with you first because since we spoke last, you were our first basically outside interview in Discourse Syndicate, because Discourse was always just, Hexicans and people from within the community, and
nobody from outside the community would talk to you, really, right?
Well, they would talk to us, but they had special things to say to us. It wasn't ever, nobody was being objective. Can you hear us now?
I can hear you now.
We're good. Okay.
Yeah, it was a freaking Wi-Fi.
Same story, but yeah. So you came on. You were the only person that it was actually objective that we've ever seen. So in like the whole community, every time that anybody saw anybody from outside the Hex community talk to anybody, it was just FUD. Screw you guys. You're a bunch of scammers. You're stupid for even listening to this crap. and you came in objectively and asked some hard questions, some of the questions that have been asked before. You know, probably the main questions that were asked was, okay, well, what's Richard doing with the ETH, and what's the OA about, and why does it get this? And just for everybody's information, and for yours too, if you haven't gotten really good answers on that, today's show with Dev Kyle went into the OA in depth and what it means, what it does, the different functions of it, how it can operate, how it should operate, what things quite possibly aren't possible or it won't do, things that have been said about the OA that probably won't happen or will happen. So if you haven't seen that, guys, if you're on the stream right now watching, we did a stream earlier today. I don't usually do 2 streams a day, but I did 2 because Dev Kyle, when I can get him, he just, hey, I can do it now. And he could do it now today. So we did it. And we got a couple hours of good texture, crypto coffee, funding gym, Litecoin, Moses was in there. Hexo was in, even Hexologist was in there. By the way, thanks for joining our stream, Hexo. I always love it when you come join us, man. Miss you, bro, on the Discourse. So, so all those guys asked questions and, you know, got Dev Kyle talking, and it was 2 hours of real good conversation about those topics, about Hex's development, some of the code that was written. And then he promised to come back on and do another one. We're going to do another deep dive with good texture and kind of get into some real good coding questions. And then good texture is going to kind of decode that so that we can understand what the meaning behind all that code is for. Because more and more as time goes on, you're realizing that Hex, the code itself, is solid. There's been no bugs. There's been no problems. Nothing's been down. Hasn't had one day of downtime. There's never been a glitch. And everybody who's either gone into or out of the AA or into and out of a stake, whether they unstaked because of maturity or they unstaked because emergency unstake, it's always functioned properly. So there's never been a complaint, not one complaint in the chat rooms about Hex's functionality. So that speaks volumes for the project and for being only, you know, being launched as long as it has now and not having any hiccups or glitches, you know. So that being said, the long answer, how has your answer, how was everything answered to you after that last stream, and how has your mind changed or not changed, and what direction has it gone for Hex?
You know, I was really like open to the possibility that it was a potentially great profit project when I came in, but, you know, definitely had some biases. And then when I got to ask you guys the questions, you answered them. Then when I got to take those answers to Seth on our show, and he asked me a different set of questions, when I was talking to him is when I realized, like, this is about skirting the SEC. And like, that's the problem that crypto has with Hex. Like, right. So, you know, and I said that to Seth, I was like, so the problem here is that they changed the phrasing of some terminology so that they could get around to be, you know, so that the project isn't classified as a security. And that's a problem for exactly who? Like, who do we think we are? You know, like, are we, I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that pirates aren't only in Hex.
Well, that's, you know, that's the, and I speak about this often. That's why my theme is the way it is. I mean, cryptography, cryptocurrencies are supposed to be basically pirated money. You know, it's supposed to be pirated currency. We're cypherpunks. We're pirates. We're the anti-establishment. And for us to turn establishment from within is really fucking weird.
Well, it's really, so what's really crazy is, and this has always been true, or at least has been true for as long as I've been here, and it's like the Bitcoin maximalists, the people who say that they're the most pro decentralization, are also majorly stifling innovation by saying that if it's not Bitcoin, it's a shitcoin. And, you know, and beyond that, they're also, while advocating for a decentralized future, are really advocating for like tighter censorship controls and, you know, less freedom. And like, yeah, that's a problem for sure.
Begging for Wall Street. Begging for Wall Street.
Yeah.
Oh, and then begging for that money, for that institutionalized money. Yeah, come on in, create securities, create all of these things, these products, bring your outside financial products. And as long as you bring your money, we'll let you rape our Bitcoin. We'll let you have crypto. We'll let you do with it what you please, you know, forget all of our ideologies and forget who we really are. We're going to sell ourselves off like a dirty little whore to, you know, corporate America and the powers that we ran from. Please come back, rape us. You know, it's like, really?
Yeah. No, I mean, and that's kind of what always does happen whenever there's, you know, a revolution or whatever, like whenever there's a change of power, not just inside of crypto, but anywhere, you know, rebels become the dominant authority force, and then they want to maintain that dominance, you know?
Right. Look what happened in look what happened in Chaz. They ended up making a quasi-government and then ended up beating up their own people to keep them in control and in line.
Yes.
Dude.
Yeah, but look how fast that happened. It's like the anti-establishment, you know, grows up, becomes the establishment, and then fights themselves.
Right.
And that's exactly what's happening. Mm-hmm. It's the strangest thing. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, obviously we have seen something like it, but I didn't think it was going to happen in crypto. I did not think it was going to happen.
Well, okay. It was pretty apparent that it was going to happen. I mean, like, at least when I first saw it, I was like, there, religion, I'm in.
Well, I mean, when, you know, before 2017, when everything went stupid, you know, it didn't seem like that. It seemed like, okay, well, this is the anti-establishment finance. This is it right here. This is anti-fi. and that's what felt good about it. It was anti-fi.
2017? What's
that?
In 2017?
Before 2017 is what I said. Okay. 2017, when the real freedom, which was ICOs and all that stuff, took place, that wasn't the problem. Yes, but that wasn't the problem that changed the mindset of crypto. The problem was, you know, bringing in that institutional money and selling themselves out. That was the problem. All of those products that they were bringing in were the problem. That's what
I'm really concerned when I go to another conference and they have Lambos parked out front, because you're like, we're way overvalued. Like, are you kidding me? You rented Lambos for the day and then parked them outside of a hotel. Like,
yeah.
Oh, are you talking about the big conference that was in New York?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. 2008.
Florida had one too, like that.
Yeah, I've seen it in Florida. I've seen it in Toronto. I've seen it like multiple places, and you're like, get out of here with this. Like, you want a Lambo? Fine. Don't be telling everybody that we want Lambos. I don't know.
Well, it's draw, you know, and a lot of those guys at that point, I mean, you didn't see the Lambos until 2017. I mean, well, there were some before.
I've been told that yachts were the original Lambo. So before everyone was, you know, when Lambo, when Moon, it was like, before that, it was when yacht.
And then, and then boating accident.
And then boating accident. When boating accident.
Yeah. Lost the keys to the Lambo, you guys. I no longer have the keys anymore, you know.
Yeah. And all that stuff was marketing tactics for those ICOs and those scam, you know, the BitConnects and all that stuff. They use those yachts and those Lambos and all that stuff as marketing techniques for their, you know, for their projects. And most of them were exit scam projects and pyramid Ponzi scheme things. And, you know, and they used all that because crypto was mooning. Bitcoin was going crazy and all that institutional money was coming in. So, you know, it was Lambos, cocaine, and hookers for everybody. And everybody just ran on that, you know, and that's what the culture turned into. And it's sad, you know, it's a sad thing because that's not what it started out to be. And but it was kind of inevitable, I guess. Once you throw money into the mix, that's when things start getting screwed up, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, sorry. So I've become an honorary Hexican, right?
Yes.
So last time I was here. Yeah. Cool.
Well, we gave you that status, and you've more than proven that out there in crypto Twitter, you know, with your positive posts. And of course, your co-hosts,
Seth.
Well, I keep wanting to say Steph, but it's Seth.
Yeah.
Seth. Because we have Steph, and I just had Steph on the show. Anyway, Seth. Yeah. Seth has also been out there, like I said to you earlier, he gets into the crypto Twitter.
Yeah.
And he's defending Hex, and he's defending us, all of us individually. I mean, he's on every post. He's really turned into a true Hexican himself.
Yeah.
And I think you probably had something to do with that.
I mean, he was really anti-Hex when I took it. Like, I was like, can we talk about Hex? And he was like, what? No. And I'm like, listen though, like you can't even listen. Like, can you just listen? And then if I'm still wrong, tell me no. And then he listened and he was like, oh my God, you know, and he had been involved in the community, like in some of the Telegram groups and stuff. So
let's stop there. This is important. What was that? What were those conversations like? Because so now you're not like a full on, you know, one of our people in maybe the Hex chat that's been there since last year is like, we talk to our people with a passion, and, you know, but you came in kind of like half-heartedly only because we met on Twitter and I said, hey, really cool crypto show and stuff. Why don't you come on our show? And you did, and you were objective and you asked some hard questions, but then you left. How does somebody like that, coming from the outside, take a quick look inside and then go, what were you excited about? What made you try and tell Seth, hey, you know, wait a second, maybe you need to look at this project differently? What it
really was is that I'm hyper aware of how bad tribalism can be in crypto. Like, not just how bad the ramifications of it are, but just how hypocritical people can get, and how passionate people can get about this stuff, because it's not only, you know, a belief system or whatever, it's also your money, you know, which of course like represents your financial freedom. So yeah, I mean, people are going to get a little bit crazy about money. So recognizing that is what made me want to come on the show. You and I had been friends. And then when I asked you the questions that were kind of questions that I had gotten from just watching and, you know, observing a little bit about what was going on, I asked the question, you know, where's the ETH? And you guys answered, you were like, that's irrelevant. And here's why. And I was like, yeah, that ETH was traded into Hex. Like, it wasn't transformed. That was a SEC thing, you know, like, and then, okay, for one, so our problem is that they skirted the SEC. And number two, yeah, you guys were absolutely right. Nobody's business. It was nobody's business where the ETH was, unless those funds were going to be used to continue developing Hex. But since it wasn't the case, because Hex was already a finished product, and that's what I took to Seth. I was like, look, and you know, and that's yeah. And so he was obviously receptive to that, and said he heard it. He heard it because he was like, oh my gosh, yeah, there's hypocrisy here. That's yeah.
And see, it's really the only project, and see, a lot of people miss when Hexicans say, hey, it really is the only finished product out there, and we start saying these things, they just go, they let it kind of like, it's still, you know, ICO talk, blah, blah, blah. It kind of passes there. It's like, no, wait, stop, listen. Hex's contract is done. You don't get anything for your ETH. You transform it into Hex is all.
But that's basically the same as trading ETH into Hex, right?
Well, of course, but the process that you do makes it to where you have to mint your own Hex.
But it's because of that process and because it's called transforming that I think some people thought that they had the right to say that they should be able to know where the ETH was.
I guess. Well, here's my theory on all that. Somebody started fudding that and using that as, hey, they're taking the ETH and they're moving it around, it's recycling and all this other stuff. And they took that concept that happens in finance anywhere, in stocks anywhere, and they use that as FUD to try and create issues for the project because they either didn't like Richard, or in one case, there was actually a case where somebody actually tried to FUD the price down so that they could buy it cheaper because they were arbitraging. There was actually a case where that happened. So that made the FUD rise even further. So
yeah,
because of those few,
done that with various coins. I mean, you know, with when Binance delisted BSD, that's why I was like, this is media manipulation. They're going to grab up a bunch of that coin. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah,
and they're the number one miners of that coin.
Yeah, yeah.
And then that person got bought out of the market because of that, and you know, it was curtains for them because they got jerked. So that was cool that happened that way. But and there's even a little video out there if you watch it on that whole situation. But I think it was that FUD that started, and then because of the maxis out there are so fucking lazy. I mean, they're so lazy that they'd rather go tune into a couple of YouTube videos of Richard getting yelled at by somebody, or of other people out there talking about HEX. So they'll listen to the FUD and go, okay, the safe direction is, and I've heard some of the real good, you know, crypto shows out there, some of the real people that people trust out there that didn't do their homework. And you can hear them speaking to the FUD that's out there and not to the facts of the project itself. And it's done them a disservice. It's done the community a disservice, and it's helped to perpetuate the FUD that's out there, you know, versus somebody with a brain like yourself who actually looked at the project and said, well, wait a second, I'm not going to listen to anybody's side. I want to see the facts, lay out the facts. And then, wait, this is your argument? You're saying that you want to know where the funds are going when this whole crypto universe has been bought by funds? And nobody's ever asked where those funds go, who the head developer is, who the project is. You know, they've only asked, what are you going to deliver? What are you going to deliver? And HEX is already delivered. HEX is delivered. It doesn't have to deliver anymore. The code is done. It's complete. You know, the only variable in HEX ever is going to be its price and its valuation based upon how people perceive it and want to purchase it and sell it and all those things. That's the only variable in HEX, is its market value.
Wait, should we bring on your fourth guest? Because I kind of feel bad unless you think that
well,
that's the right
I just wanted to deep dive with you a little bit. I am going to bring him on now, and because he's going to help us. Well, he's going to help with the conversation, obviously, but he's going to help us take it in a different direction too, because kind of have some questions asked about him. So 10alexa10. So I got to admit, bro, I didn't know. I haven't talked to you enough to know if you were a bro or a her. So I'm sorry. I didn't know if Alexa was a woman or a man.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess that's clear now.
Wait, haven't you heard the rumors about RG and Hexo and the Hex Bears? No, I'm not allowed to make those jokes.
What?
I'm not allowed to make these jokes.
What jokes?
God. There's like so one of the Hexicans is like always posting about how RG and Hexo are bears, you know? Like,
what do you mean bears? Like,
yeah, what
you know what I mean?
There's all kinds of bears around.
Okay, do I have to Google it and bring the pictures up? Let's see here. I'm not gonna do it. We've already had enough trouble on this show with the horse incident and everything.
Right.
Anyway, so yeah, I'm sorry. I thought that would be funny, but I guess nobody got the joke.
No, we got it. It's funny.
It's too early in the morning for me for that kind of joke, I guess.
Yeah, he's at like 3 or 4 in the morning.
Damn. Yeah. There you go.
So how are you?
3:30. I'm very fine, thank you. I had a nice day here. Everything cool. By the way, thank you for inviting me to your show. I think it's a great platform, and the community building is very important, and you're part of it.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you also, because you know, the reason we've got you on here is because you do these awesome graphs and charts and visuals that help everybody to kind of explain what's going on. You want to give us a little background on what you do, why you do it, how you decided that was going to be your area in HEX to go ahead and contribute?
Yeah, I'm pleased to do so. So I'm from the financial industry. I worked there for 25 years, and I started out selling funds, and in 1998 I started my own asset management company, which I sold in 2001 to a larger German asset management company. I worked for them as an asset manager and later on as a fund manager until 2008. And then I worked for family offices. In 2010, I went to Switzerland, where I'm now. I worked as an asset manager there as well for not very long, 2-3 years. And then I decided to quit the business. I was kind of fed up with all the numbers. I did some trading for myself, traded futures, bonds and stuff. But I didn't work for other people anymore. And now I'm part-time doing something completely different, but we can talk about it some other time. How did I get into cryptocurrency? Well, I read a story about Craig Wright when Bitcoin was around $250. So that was around 2014 or 15, something like that. And I thought to myself, well, that sounds interesting, but also weird at the same time, and the volatility and whatnot. I didn't get in. And then it reappeared on my radar 2016. And in end of 2016, early 2017, I actually did get into cryptocurrency. I went through all the major cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, and so on. Got into different altcoins. But in the end, it was a zero-sum game for me until I started to listen to Richard Hart. And the way he was talking about cryptocurrency and trading and everything else, that really got my attention in a very positive way, I must say, because I felt that he's right. And it was also the experience he was talking about was also my experience. So when I realized that he's going to make his own cryptocurrency, I was immediately interested in it. And I thought to myself, well, that's a chance to get into Bitcoin very early. It's the same chance. It's like Bitcoin 2.0, but you can be there in 2009, right from the get-go if you want to. And that's what I did. So I sold some of my altcoin holdings into Bitcoin just to do the claim, the free claim. And then I FOMO'd into the AA lobby on the very first day. But then I did so. But I don't regret it. It was maybe a little bit too much, but not really. So I decided to dollar cost average. Mm-hmm. And I almost every day I bought HEX. But then I thought to myself, well, this dollar cost averaging can go on for forever if I have a bad luck, you know. How long is it going? And I really watched the chart and the price, how it's evolving. And yeah, on 5th of January, I realized, okay, there's a bottom here, because after 5th of January, the price kept on rising and rising. So I decided to really put the pedal to the metal. And after day 65, I think I was all in HEX. I sold all my other positions and I was 100% in HEX.
There we go.
And then I didn't sell anymore until I think April, May. And now I've onboarded a couple of family and friends and started to build up staking ladders for them. And of course, I'm sitting on a nice gain here. And I thought to myself, how can I contribute to this community? How can I give back a little bit? And because I was running like a big Excel sheet for myself, and I like to make graphs and stuff, just to get a good visualization of what is happening. I started to make these graphs, and then I thought to myself, I'm not a social media person. You won't find me anywhere on social media, but I made a kind of an exception with HEX. I thought I got to give back a little bit. So I went into Telegram and I started to post those things. And now I have my own website together with Chuck Marius, who I have to thank a lot for putting up the site. That's it in a nutshell. Sorry for speaking so long.
No.
That's a great story, man.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
It's an awesome story. The website, what is that website again?
It's called hexgraphs.com.
Graphs.
We were thinking about making it .win, but then I thought, no, we want to go mainstream. Let's make it .com. Why not?
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Yeah.
So Moses, when did you become Hex Jesus? Are you like moving up here? Like you're Litecoin Moses, Hex Jesus. Before you were Litecoin Moses, were you like something Noah?
Noah.
I wanted to
just a simple. Yeah. Well, I don't know. It just seems over time I'm just ascending higher and higher, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Crypto God next might be the next name. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
But no, it's just I kind of like, I like the whole
next
story.
You're gonna tell us your Satoshi.
No, I just liked I just kind of liked a lot of those biblical stories. And I just thought it was really funny because people on Twitter get a kick out of that. Anytime you post something that's you take a Bible verse and you add some crypto stuff to it, people lose their shit. For some, I mean, they just really like it. So I just like, hey, what the hell? I just might as well roll with it.
Yeah, I have a degree in religious studies, so
okay, cool.
Yeah, so that was kind of like one of the things that I saw happening in cryptocurrency that I was like, oh, that's like, I spent my whole life studying that subject. I'm going to like go in there and do a case study. And then, I drank too much Kool-Aid.
Right.
Oh. Yeah, that'll always get you sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do something here. I am going to pull up something. I want to show everybody this. Boom. So this is hex graphs. I've got to admit, shamefully, that I watch all the graphs in Telegram and watch them and look at them and enjoy them and have posted them. And I've never been to the website, shamefully.
Well, the website only exists since I think a week or something.
Oh,
okay. So I don't feel too bad about being a dumb shit.
No, you don't have to. It's really new, and it was basically the community asked me a couple of times, is there a place where we can see all the graphs and so on and so on? And I thought, I'm not a programmer, but I found Chuck Marius, who is also a Hexi Hash, and he volunteered to put up the site, and so it's a joint effort between him and me, which is great, I think.
There we go. I'm sorry, I'm having some problems here.
It looks really good, though. I like you put all the little hexagons so you can click on each little tab. That's really
yeah.
creative,
I mean, he's got one that says, performance, share price, interest. He's got a memes tab, staking your hex, big payday, community websites. Obviously, it's all the other graph sites and whatnot. Telegram groups, social media. So it's all right here, and it's on this website. That is really cool.
Well, the idea is to have one place. If somebody wants to onboard somebody else, it should be like one place where you can, depending on your question that you have, you dive into, for example, staking or interest or whatever, big payday, and you have your answers there. That's the idea behind it. It's work in progress. It's not finished, and I have lots of ideas in the back of my head. And also, as I'm watching the public discussion of, obviously, if questions arise within the public, I try to answer them with this visualization. That's the whole idea.
Nice. No, it's nice to have like a one pager, and you always have a nice graph, and then you spell out what it is. It's like you said, it's a real good place to onboard people and answer a little more in-depth question with some, having a nice visual behind it. It's really cool. This
is going to be added to my bookmarks 100%.
Yeah, I try to, and if there's a difficult subject like the share price, for example, I try to get in contact with Kyle beforehand, you know, to be on the right side of the answer.
Nice. So is that where you get most of your information, or where are you drawing all your information from? I mean, obviously the code that's out there, but you've been working with the other devs and stuff.
I got invited into the dev channel, and I had contact with Richard, and he supported me. He gave me some, you know, web assets and stuff to run the visualization in a more professional way. But apart from that, it's all me. I was really lucky because before I started to get into the AA lobby on day one, I read the layman's guide and the deep dive staking guide from Kyle. And they helped me a lot to understand the project and to do the right things right from the get-go. Because I watched other YouTubers explaining how they're staking, and I thought to myself, well, you can do what you want, but that's not gonna result in the maximum shares. And that's basically what is important with HEX. Is not how many HEX you have, but how many shares you have. Exactly. And to be able to have the maximum amount of shares as early as possible, you have to read and understand the deep staking guide that Kyle put out.
Yeah, and that's my story, because you know, when I got in, I lucked out and hit the AA on just a good day. My first big you know, stack of ETH that I put in, like each day before and after were just not good days in the AA, but I caught a good day in between, and I was like, oh man, I made a mistake here. As I started to look at my shares, you know, and my stakes, I said, I made a mistake. So, okay, I better take a step back and look at this a little better. And then I staked a whole bunch. You know, it was the middle of the night. I was just staking, you know, thinking about, hey, my daughter maybe get married here, and, you know, kid's going to go to college here, and yeah, maybe take my wife out for her 25th, you know, anniversary here. And I was putting things like that out. And then I started seeing people laddering them for income, you know, and doing things like that. And I was like, maybe I made some mistakes here. And then I looked at my stacks.
He's saying that 25th is going to be too baller.
Yeah. And then I look at my stacks and I go, well, wait a minute. I put too much early, and I've got a stake coming out, a big stake coming out early. And I go, wait a second. You know, I was thinking, okay, I'm going to capitalize early and I'll restake some, whatever. We're going to get some big gains. But then as I really looked into it, I go, wait a second. I just screwed myself by doing that. My shares are going to be, if I don't stake these, if I don't spread this out, this big stack here out, then I'm cutting my shares by at least a third. And that's huge. And that's not even counting big payday. You know, then there's all the big payday and all that stuff that, you know. So now thankfully, HEX, Richard, the developers, whoever thought of the emergency end stake function, which not only does the emergency end stake function offer you the ability to pull your funds if you need them in an emergency, if you made a mistake and staked them too long or whatever, you lost confidence in the project, but you want to get them out, and it gives somebody, you know, it's a level of confidence that you don't see in a lot of staking projects where you can just pull your stuff out. In the past, anyway. I know that there's some now that you can just pull your funds whenever you want, but gives you that ability. But what the emergency end stake does for the person who is in my situation in the launch phase, where I can take that big stack, and after it's spent it's gone past its 50% of its staking days, and I get my full principal back, and I don't lose any principal. I just lose the interest that I gained over the last few months. Now I can take it and properly stake that, create the proper behaviors for the ecosystem, proper behaviors for everybody who is in the staking class, and the proper behaviors for myself. I guarantee I benefit from that. And then the community that did do it properly gets to benefit from, you know, my interest being thrown back into the pot. Yeah. So
while the share price is still good right now.
And the share price is still good right now. If I was to do this after big payday, then I'm really in trouble, because then, you know, share price is going to be twice as high by then.
Yes, I mean, in the course of 10 years, even in year 2 or 3, you will have a good share price because it's going to be exponential. But of course, it's better to get into HEX before the big payday, because you're also participating in the big payday. So one of the things that I always was focusing on while I was staking was to be above average staking length. So my average staking length is almost 8 years, which is almost twice as long as the average, because that way you get more interest. Simple as that. Yeah. And but the other thing I had to keep in mind was the psychology. It doesn't make sense to stake everything year 7, 8, 9, 10, or even beyond that, just to get as much shares as possible if you cannot hold through it. So I started staking also year 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So in the end, I have around 100 stakes, and they're all between, it's less than 100, it's 93 actually, but every 60 to 90 days I have a stake maturing. So starting from next year, basically. So that gives me the opportunity to decide what I want to do with it. If I want to spend the money or spend half of the money or reinvest in. And that gives me the inner peace of my mind also to keep the other stakes untouched. And also the thing you have to consider is what is the HEX price doing meanwhile. There might be periods where it's really good or advantageous to sell HEX, and there might be periods where it's better to buy HEX or not to sell HEX, because I think the volatility will be pretty similar to Bitcoin, maybe a little bit less, but there will be phases like we are in right now. Okay, it's picking up at the moment, but we just had like a 50 to 60% correction, and I think this will happen time and time again in the future. And it's also important for onboarding, I think, because now the people who are getting in now, they have the feeling, well, it was already 110x, now I can get in for 50x. You know, that might be inclined telling them it's a good time to get in. You can onboard more people if the price is not just going up all the time, because then people feel like chasing a running train. It's better to have these movements up and down and up and down, and the general movement, of course, is up.
Yeah.
The other thing that
Yeah, for long term, I think so too. I mean, I remember when I was trying to get everybody into like ETH in like late 2016, early 2017, and it was like, everyone's like, oh, but it just went from, you know, $6 to 14. You know, it can't keep going up. And I was like, it can and will. And then like, you know, and then I had friends who bought, you know, in the like $40 range, the $100 range, the $400 range, and then all the like FOMO at the top.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But it's better when there are dips, because then people get to feel like, you know, they got a deal.
Exactly.
Right.
The one thing that took me a little bit longer to understand is that it makes sense to stake longer than 10 years, because when I started staking, I did the stakes between year 1 and year 10 with a heavy bias towards the end. But then I started to understand the share price. And when you are staking, you are basically locking in your share price. And HEX is inflating, and the shares are deflating. They're getting less and less. So if you have a locked-in share price for 10, 12, 14, 15 years, you basically have a stable piece of a pie that is shrinking. That means the longer it goes, the more you get of it.
Yeah.
So it does make sense to stake beyond year 10. There's one question in the room regarding the gas price. I don't know if that's solved or not. We shall see. I just did some stakes today, and I realized the gas price I was paying was 63 cents. I remember staking with a gas price of 4, 5, or 6 cents. That's so it 10x the gas price. And I waited forever. So
Those
I
2
don't know
cents in
where
the
this is
beginning, I remember.
going.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's
So I don't
that's
know where
going to
that is
be
going.
discouraging when I'm about to do an income ladder, and I, you know, that's gonna take a lot of gas pushing
Right.
that out there, you know, because you got to make each and every individual stake. I was going to do a monthly for a 3-year period, and then do on the 4th month do a big stake, and then 3 months of small stakes, and then a month. You know, so I was going to have 3 big stakes for the year, and then the rest of them monthlies as an income ladder. So that was my next plan. But then I'm looking at the gas prices, like, man, I'm gonna have to pay all this money for these 3 years of stake. Maybe do it one a day and don't put any gas in there. Just let it kind of roll.
Yeah. I'm still doing the weekly strategy.
Okay.
Yeah, one stake coming out maybe every Sunday or Monday or something like that. But once a big payday, so I can consolidate some of the smaller ones I have.
Yeah.
So everybody,
yeah.
Go ahead. I was going to change the subject, but go ahead.
That's the nice thing, because I heard some critics from people who are investing in, you know, in side projects from HEX, like HEX2X or whatever. By the way, I tried out HEX2, and I took all my HEX away from there and staked it into HEX again, into the original contract, because I was not satisfied with that. But the main argument for HEX2X, what I was reading, was that it's more liquid. So, but I don't understand why HEX is not liquid. Even if you're staking, it's liquid. First of all, you can emergency unstake. And secondly, it's depending on the liquidity situation, it's depending on how you're staking. You can do daily stakes if you want to be really liquid, you know. And I mean, if you're investing money, you invest money that you don't need for your daily life. So if you want to buy a drink, don't invest that money.
Right.
Yeah. But no, you're right. It's completely liquid. You have your choice of how you can stake. You have your choice of holding on to it if you want to, you know, and it swaps in Uniswap like that. So, and there's never been a liquidity problem.
I've been trading a lot, and I've gone through all the ups and downs of being a trader, and I was semi-successful. Yeah, it's a hard fight. And after realizing what HEX is, it's basically an anti-trading program that Richard designed or developed. Yeah, and it's educating people in a very healthy way. Because trading, as Richard says, and I only can subscribe that's a very unhealthy lifestyle.
Oh yeah.
It's basically attaching you to this bloody screen day and night, and money is always a touchy subject. And if things are going down, and they can go down for all kinds of reasons, and markets more often than not are manipulated. So shit's happening all the time. And you're sitting there, and yeah, you're losing money. I mean, what is that good for?
Right.
It's not.
NrdGrl, you were going to say something?
Yeah. So because he was talking about side HEX projects, and yeah, and so I was so today Seth and I filmed an episode about Hexy, and you know, I can't give away everything, you know, that we talked about in the episode, but I was kind of maybe hoping that we could have some conversation about it.
Well, that conversation on, I guess you didn't watch our FN Hangout on Friday.
Sorry.
We had, so we're all laughing because it was a shit show is what happened. And it turned into, you know, an all out freaking pirate brawl. And it
was
flowed
it the
in
Hexicans versus the Hexicans, or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you know, Discourse Syndicate sits right in the middle of it. And of course our guys you know, took a side, and some of our other guys took another side, and it turned into a shit show over the whole weekend. And I got DMs, and some people got death threats, and it was just a big mess. So I had to come back in and say, hey, no more of this shit with the way people are acting outside. It's one thing to come in here and have discourse about it, to agree or disagree or whatever. That's fine. but we don't need all the extra. I mean, it turned into memes. It was all weekend. It was just craziness. And so we've all just kind of calmed down. There's been public apologies. So we're not going to
talk about Hexy.
No, that's not what this show is for. But we'll tune everybody into your Saturday show so that you can.
Yes, please do watch my Saturday show.
Your Saturday show, and tell everybody what it's called.
It's it's called Mind Your Biz, and we do Scam Buster Saturdays where we. But listen, we don't call a project a scam. I created a 12-point checklist for people to go down and actually.
And she scrutinized Hex with that 12-point list.
I did.
Yes.
And then at the end of the show, the question to the audience is, so do you think that this is a scam or not? And my opinion is not part of it. So it made sense to me that we should cover Hexy this week because actually bumped something. I had something else already. And then this morning I wrote to Seth, I'm like, hey, we got to do Hexy instead. He's like, what? Why? I was like, because this is important right now.
Well, you grabbed your timing right because yes, there's things going on and everybody's asking questions and both sides are heated and both sides have got their points and it's definitely a subject being talked about right now. Mm-hmm. So everything's on the table.
You're gonna get a lot of viewers for that one.
What?
You're gonna get a lot of viewers for that one.
I hope so. That would be great. So actually,
I hope it works out because this Friday on the FN Hangout, I haven't announced. I guess I'm going to announce it now. We're actually going to have a Hexy shootout on Friday, and that's what's going to happen. There's people from both sides ready to go at it, and they're going to get on and get it on. And my StreamYard just allowed us to have 10 people in the stream, so it's going to be. It's going to be, we don't have 6 anymore. We just jumped it up to 10. So that happened today.
Wow.
Hexomania is running wild.
so we're going to have the hexagon. It's going to be Hexy and Hex and the hexagon. And they're going to be able to, everybody's going to be able to speak their piece. And I'm just going to try and moderate the whole thing and see if we can, do it without too many fuck yous and no fuck you, and see how it goes.
Hexomania 1.
For you guys, let's say theoretically, and I'm not saying that this is going to happen, but theoretically, if something like Hexy were to, be widely known as a scam, right? And the price of the coin totally plummeted, would that have any effect whatsoever on Hex? And I don't think that that it's bad if it does. I just am curious about your.
Well, how many shitstorms have been laid on top of Tron, mm-hmm. And maybe Tron looks dirty because of it, but it's not really it's not really a stain, I guess. I don't know. I guess that's the price you have to pay for having people wanting to build dApps on you,
Yes.
So
I think Richard made the right decision to make it an open platform because one day there might be something built on top of the Hex, which is just awesome. It's possible.
I believe that's the case. I honestly believe that's the case, and everybody's just testing the waters right now. Yeah. And there may have been some all-out scams already that have tried to lay themselves next to Hex, and there's also been some legitimate projects that have gone on top of them that haven't done their due diligence and failed or have floundered or are still trying to work on doing what they wanted to do. So that's kind of where we sit now with the whole situation.
Yeah, and it's one of the critics against Bitcoin is that you can't build on it. It's at least very difficult to build on top of Bitcoin. So Hex is just the opposite. You can build on Hex, and if you try out something that's built on Hex, like I did with Hex2, and it's not satisfying, people will return to Hex, which I did.
Yeah, and that's what crypto's for. It's supposed to be a growing industry. We're technology. And I say this all the time, how Bitcoin is still, looked at as the product that we're all supposed to be touting as number one is beyond me. I don't understand how in the tech world we are looking at old tech like it is what we should be all touting, what we should all be, praising and saying this is the way it should be and the only way it should be. No, this is technology supposed to move forward. ETH gave the rise to more to crypto. You can have more in crypto. You can have more than just what Bitcoin is. And people have been doing that. And that's what crypto has been doing, building, better technologies. And that's what HEX is. It's a better Bitcoin. And I'll say it. It is a better Bitcoin. And for those of you who say it's not, then you haven't looked at it. Because if you really do, and crypto and Bitcoin, then you go, yeah, it does this better, does that better, does this better, does that better. You're right. And it's that simple. It's that simple. But for some reason, it's like that tribalism you talk about.
Everybody's emotional about Bitcoin.
Well, and there's money involved. So that's why people's emotions get flared. And that's what we saw this last weekend.
Bitcoin also wasn't sold just, solely on the dream of obtaining financial freedom, right? Like there's
speculation
ideological behind that.
No, it's people's fucking bags, man. They want that shit to go
I agree that the ideological stuff is largely bullshit, but people are emotional about Bitcoin. And also because some people, that got them away from working 40-hour, 60-hour weeks, made them spend more time with the people that they love or doing the things that they enjoy. So it's not, it's money. It's also more than that for a lot of people.
Right. Yeah, but if you were in the buggy, if you were buying stocks in the buggy business, and then you were real successful, right? And the horses and the buggies were flowing, and you were making money. And then Ford comes out with his car. You go, you know what? I better take a little bit of this buggy revenue. Look at that freaking thing. It's a car, man. It's going on its own. It doesn't even need a horse. I better take some of this buggy revenue that I've made. I like the buggy still. I'm gonna keep some over there, but I'm gonna put it into this risky thing, this Ford thing, And it's like that. You've got to advance. You've got to develop. You've got to move on. You've got to. It's this, and especially in tech. I mean, we're not talking about buggies and cars. We're talking about technology, folks.
Buggies and cars are technology. It's just now we build
not high tech. I mean,
they were at the time.
But that's a mindset.
Cars were definitely high tech.
But that's a mindset you got to have. You got to be open for something new, and there are some people who are just not open. They are pot committed, or they want to defend their bag, and that's all they're thinking about, which is not very helpful, I think. Because if you compare the development of cryptocurrencies, for example, with the development of the internet and the .com ecosystem, you realize that the companies in the beginning of the internet, like Netscape and AOL, they're not existing anymore, or they don't play a big role anymore. There's other companies coming up on the second and the third level, or second or third stage, that take the spotlight, and the same thing's happening here. And maybe 5 or 10 years down the road, there will be another great invention like HEX, which is also going to the top.
Yeah, you may want to abandon HEX at some point.
Yeah. You got to be open to that, and it's fantastic.
How does that make you feel?
Sorry?
Does that give you a feeling like, oh, what if something comes out that's better than HEX in 2 years from now, and Richard and all my friends are yelling no, sucks.
Well,
damn, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen to you?
I don't think there will be a better HEX. I think there will be probably better projects or projects as good as HEX in crypto. I don't think that there will be a better HEX. There may be things built on top of HEX that'll enhance it and make it better. But as far as a
they've already adopted a maximalist perspective. There won't be a better HEX. Sorry.
I think that there will be products that sit alongside of it. I think that there will be copycats.
So you already think in the future that there won't be something that's better than HEX, even so you already have an emotional connection to HEX.
Not doing what it does.
Yes, you do.
Not doing what it does. There'll be copycats, but how can you do something better if you do the same? I don't understand how they would.
What maximalist's argument is.
Well, if there are things that are better than it, then we can definitely look at it. that way.
Are you going to immediately assume that there's no chance that something could be better than it, though?
All right, so I'm going to bring this up right now. So Chaotic Creations, is Johnny Chaos, says, and see, this is why I like her, because she ain't gonna fucking let go of this. She's gonna hold on to my leg with both jaws clamped.
I'm gonna like track you down on social media.
So let me explain this to you, Nerd Girl. So on Discourse Syndicate, we're all Hexicans, but there's a select group of people that are called the Cutthroats, and we have our own private channel. And it's people who have been on the show, that have contributed to the show, that are true Hexicans, that just can bring it, right? And they come on the show and they talk on a regular basis. So what Johnny's saying here is we kind of adopted Nerd Girl anyway. We knew she was clever enough to figure it out. I think she has graduated a Hexican. No requirement to post about it, but we are happy you're on board. So obviously the Cutthroats in the community think so. So I'm gonna invite you right now, just because you're gonna give me some more shit right now, to be a Cutthroat. You want to come into our chat room?
I definitely do.
All right, so you are officially a Cutthroat, and I'll add you to the channel. And
okay.
What the only benefit that gives is it's a quiet place in Hex for those of us who've been on the show that go to speak to one another. And it's also, I post the show link there every show, so that if you want to crash it, you can come crash the show. Like right now I've posted it in there, and so people can crash the show. If I don't have time, or if the guest is important enough that we're just talking to the guest, then I'll leave it like that. But a lot of times I'll just let the Cutthroats come in.
I did hear that like the two Hexy guys came and crashed your show one time.
Well, they were Cutthroats that actually were Hexy sympathizers. One was anti and one was pro, and they both came in, fuck you, Hexy good, Hexy bad, fuck you, and then that was the end of it. So that was kind of how it all went. So yeah, those were both Cutthroats that came in and did that. And they were part of the Cutthroat
Are they
community.
still Cutthroats, or did you kick them out?
No, I haven't kicked any of them out. We've had some members leave, but we've never kicked anybody out. We're pirates. You don't get kicked out. You walk the plank. That's about it.
Walk the plank.
Yes.
I'm not going to kick anybody out. If you're out of line, I'm going to talk to you if I think you're out of line. But nobody's really ever been out of line. And, I don't. Like I said, if personal attacks are out of line, but if you're attacking somebody's crypto, I mean, this is what I find.
Here, you're totally deflecting, and thinking that you're going to make me forget about your already declared Hex maximalism 10 years.
I promise you this: if something better comes out and I see it and I can understand it and I can see the point of it being better than Hex, then yes, I can admit it now. Am I going to dump my bags or emergency end stake to go to it? Probably not, because I'm probably going to be sitting just fine. But I'll admit.
Are you going to listen, even if it's something
of course I will. Of course I will. I'm not that type of a person. I'm very open to everybody's opinions. I've always played Switzerland on a lot of things here. But I've also given my opinion when I felt it's deserved. And my opinion don't mean shit. I'm just some guy in crypto. I mean, that's all we are. We're in. I always bring everybody back down to earth and go, don't fucking forget, you're in crypto. The whole world thinks you're a fucking pirate. The whole world thinks you're a scam. The whole world thinks you're stupid for putting your money into it. So don't think too highly of yourselves. So to be backbiting in crypto, I find it funny. So I sit back here and I laugh an awful lot at the people that come on the show and start getting emotional about their projects and all of their shit, because I'm sorry, guys, you're all in crypto. You're all fucking scallywags as far as the whole world's concerned. So get over your damn selves. Because I'm over myself. I don't think I'm anything in crypto. It's just some pirate project right now. And hey, maybe we'll steal the world and all get rich and go live on an island somewhere. But that's just our hopes and dreams, is for that freedom, that pirate freedom, because that's what crypto is. It's freaking, you're a pirate. So, don't think of yourself any better than that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, isn't pirate like the ultimate goal anyway? Well,
yeah, the freedom of it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they say, money doesn't buy you happiness. Well, money buys you options. options buys you freedom, and freedom buys you happiness. So in a way, money buys you happiness. That's how I look at it, right?
Right.
Some people will always find a reason to not be happy.
Well, of course.
Right.
I mean,
and it's not healthy to be happy all the time either.
That's true, for sure. You have to have those, low periods to experience. Yeah.
Why would you strive for anything if you're always happy? I mean, that doesn't make any sense at all. You want to like suffer a little bit over something, so when you do succeed, you feel the sensation of like happiness and accomplishment.
Oh yeah. No matter how successful I get, RG3 always wants just a little bit more. Just give me a little bit more. Just a little bit more. That's all I want is a little more. Hey, what do you want, RG3? I want a little bit more. Always.
So you're in the right coin. You always get a little bit more with HEX.
Guaranteed to get those coins. Yes, sir.
So right on. So officially we have made you a cutthroat, nerd girl. Not only did you become a Hexican officially, but you're a cutthroat too.
That's awesome. Right. I'm proud of this one.
Hey, nerd girl, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So how did you go from religious study to crypto? That didn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, okay.
Crypto is religion.
Actually, this I had been out of religious studies, so I quit my PhD program when I was pregnant. Actually not when I was pregnant, after my baby was born, because I couldn't go back to that. So I was doing retail arbitrage, like buying stuff at the dollar store and selling it on Amazon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yep.
That's also trading.
Yep, it is. It is trading. And that's what I was doing when I discovered cryptocurrency. And my boyfriend at the time was totally obsessed with cryptocurrency and was like, I don't know, ignoring me and stuff to spend more time learning about crypto. And yeah. And so I don't know, it was this story, but really what it was that I started to learn about cryptocurrency because I wanted to at least understand what he was saying. I didn't want to get all deep or whatever, but then as I started to read more, I started to see the elements of tribalism there, and I was like, these are religions. And then when you look at, Bitcoin with the, pseudonymous Satoshi and, the white paper, essentially some kind of Bible, I started to see religion and it was just screaming at me. And I was like, well, I may not be a PhD student anymore, but I can still apply my knowledge of, field anthropology and go do a case study in crypto.
Right. And all these coins are religions. They are all religions, even Bitcoin. Yeah. Bitcoin's got a religious story. Then there was this holy prophet who, unbeknownst to all the people, he released some magical thing that no one could destroy or emulate or whatever. It was almost like the 10 Commandments or something. These are the 10 Commandments that cannot be broken.
Well, and what's really crazy with crypto is that you can even see the parallels to existing religions because of Hal Finney being, potentially being Satoshi and being cryogenically frozen until they can cure ALS. And there are absolutely people, I know that this sounds crazy, I was just telling someone the other day, there is a community of people who believes that Hal Finney is Jesus.
Sure, I can agree with that.
Because he'll rise from the dead. Not kidding.
Litecoin Moses is like, no, that's me. I'm Hex Jesus.
Right.
Hex Jesus.
Not Bitcoin Jesus.
Yeah. So. Yeah. But
remember, Hex Jesus always appreciates, so.
Anyway, yeah, so there is a group of people who, who believe that within crypto. And there's other really not, Hal Finney is cryogenically frozen. Good texture.
Wow.
His body or his brain is cryogenically frozen in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Wow.
Yeah. It's interesting. Over. I mean, if you look at money as a form of energy, which can be used in a positive and in a negative way, the same applies for religion. I mean, religion can be used in a positive and in a negative way. So in a way, religion is also a form of energy.
Yep, absolutely.
So there are similarities.
Yeah, no, I see it all the time. And I know it's weird to, be doing a religious studies anthropology project, but
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. You want to be the Switzerland of crypto, RG3?
Yeah, so now what I do is
Me? No, I just
objective journalism.
not me. No,
Yeah.
I don't want to be the Switzerland of crypto. I just want to put everybody in their place, let them know where they really, just don't forget where you came from. That's what I want to be. And I want to give people a place to hash out shit and tell them how ridiculous they all are for doing so.
What country would you say that makes you?
But
Puerto
in
Rico.
case Hex is going mainstream, doesn't that collude with your pirate stance?
Well,
Ooh.
well, mainstream meaning adoption.
Yes, that's what we're here for.
Just because we got more pirates doesn't mean that it's gone mainstream.
So the world is going to be a pirate place.
Exactly. A bunch of freedom-loving pirates.
I'm going to go full One Piece right here.
But if we talk about mainstream and Switzerland and all that, I'm living here in Switzerland, and it's a very interesting place for cryptocurrency. As you may know, there is a valley here in Switzerland called Crypto Valley. It's like a ripoff of Silicon Valley in Zug, where a lot of the foundations are placed, like I think Ethereum and also Cardano and others. You can pay your taxes there even. And also Switzerland is the headquarter of the most important bank of the world that nobody knows. It's called the Bank for International Settlement, BIS. Yeah. It's the central bank of the central banks, and the central bankers meet every 2 months there in privacy. It's extraterritorial. It's like an embassy building. They have their own police. They have their own law, everything totally outside of this world, if you like. And the interesting thing about BIS at the moment is, as far as cryptocurrency is concerned, they in 2019 came out with a paper called BIS Innovation 2025, and it's basically leading the way to central bank cryptocurrency. And they started to have corporations with Six Group. Six Group is a big company here in Switzerland. They are basically providing all the technical aspects of the Swiss stock exchange. And they're also cooperating with the Swiss National Bank, SNB, to make cryptocurrency mainstream. And that's all happening here in Switzerland. If you are in Basel, where BIS is located, you step outside the train station. On the right-hand side, you see a big 25-story dark building. That's the BIS building. They have other buildings also in Basel. And within the Basel train station, you can buy a train ticket with Bitcoin.
Oh, that's awesome.
So things are happening here in Switzerland, and there's other things like you might have heard about the World Economic Forum, WEF, that's also happening here in Switzerland, in Davos.
Yeah.
They had a big agenda about cryptocurrency this year. I have the program. It's amazing. So they're working behind the scenes. They're working on all the stuff, and of course there's other movements like cashless society or better than cash movement, where the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundations is behind, and other big companies. So this thing is going to be mainstream sooner or later. It's wanted, I think. The question remains, what part is HEX going to be playing in the future?
Right.
I think Richard Hart is a very smart guy, and he was basically front-running the mainstream people, if you consider the BIS and the Swiss National Bank and God knows who else, who is behind the scenes developing on mainstream cryptocurrency. I think he was kind of front-running them in a bit by taking the most, or one of the most important banking products and turning it onto the blockchain, which was a very smart move, especially in the environment that we have at the moment, that you don't get interest anywhere. if you have a lot of money in your bank, you get punished. You know, you have to pay negative interest. So here is cryptocurrency, and you can make a lot of interest. At the moment, you can make 18% with HEX on top of your other gains that are possible. Right. So that's really amazing.
And really, when it comes down to it, NerdGrl, that's why I say HEX is what it is, because they've really grabbed a hold of a traditional finance. I mean, there's not a lot of financial products in your traditional banking, you know, economy. You know, there's not a lot of products. CD is one of them, and I think that he's done it so simplistic and so well that it would be hard to really improve upon that. I mean, it is a very simple product. You lock your coins away, you get interest on them, and you get them back, and you can take them out if you want. And the community gets the dividends for, you know, your mistakes, your early end stakes, your interest that you've gained, that you've lost. You know, so that all goes back to the staking class. And so that's like, you don't see that, you know, that's well built and very simple.
Yeah, it's very, very advanced, and it will take at least 2 years for somebody else to make a better copy, if at all possible. And I think we have a head start here, because what will make the difference in the future is the ecosystem built around HEX, especially to onboard people. And this is the initiative that Firebun and Steph are doing at the moment with Staker. I think is very, very, very important, because onboarding, the bank of your future will be your smartphone. So to have an app on the smartphone to onboard people into HEX directly, that's very important, I think. And that will bring HEX into a situation that's difficult to overtake it with a similar product, especially when you consider that other people, they won't be on the market before 1 or 2 years. And if they are in the market earlier, they might have some flaws. I mean, how long did it take Richard to make HEX right? It took him an awful long time, and they had to postpone the start over and over again.
Right. And I'm waiting
that
for a
speaks
competitor.
For the product.
And I'm waiting for a competitor for HEX. I'm waiting for an actual competitor for HEX, because eventually there will be a centralized version of a CD product, and then I think that's when you're going to start getting failures in some of those projects. So because HEX was made decentralized, and where you and the contract is the one, there's no middleman. It's just you and the contract, and that's it. You and your money, you and your phone. As soon as a centralized authority, you know, makes their own CD version of it, it's going to start looking pretty weak compared to HEX. And then you'll start seeing capital flight from those centralized entities into a decentralized entity, sort of like what Bitcoin even is doing with some of the currencies. It's still gaining steam and stuff, but even as Bitcoin gets better, and then HEX, you know, keeps getting older and older and older, if let's just say one day Davos does make their central, like a CD version of that, right? It's not going to look, and if you compare the two, they'd rather go to the thing that's not controlled by somebody. You know, it's just free flowing, where, you know, this is deeply controlled by a central bank. And, you know, it's being inflated up and down. So they're I don't know. I just think the money's going to go straight to HEX.
Can I ask a question then? Because we're talking about central banks and centralization, and central banks are typically associated with elites, right? And the number sequence in HEX is a reference to elites. So can we talk about that?
What number sequence are you talking about?
I don't remember. I just remember reading that. Hi, Johnny.
Hi,
everybody. Johnny, Chaos, Cutthroat.
I don't know.
One of our.
I had to take some heat away from RG on this. I will say, I'm a HEX maximalist, and I'll tell you why. It's not for the reasons you think. I don't worship Richard. I'm not emotionally attached to the asset. I believe in the asset, but I have been smited by just about every promise of every crypto that has ever been. So I can look at all the false promises, and I had actually gotten out of crypto because I saw it all as a big scam, which is funny to me because when I looked at HEX initially, I thought it was a scam too, but I examined it very, very closely, and it's actually what brought me back into the crypto space, because it actually was something that did what it was supposed to do, and it just blew my mind that this is what I got in the first place for. It's none of this other stuff. I swear I get sick every time I hear Bitcoin's going to go to $1 million. No, it's not. It's going to go up to 10 and bounce and 10 and bounce. And we're going to watch this over and over and over again. And, you know, I don't think it's responsible for these people to say it's $1 million Bitcoin. We've heard this for 3 years now. You know, I'm so over it. I'm so over the promises. I go to my computer, I hit stake, it stakes. I hit end stake, guess what? There's more there. It's that damn simple, you know?
Johnny, you don't have to get so mad. Jeez.
Oh, he's the other
mad.
ranter. He's the other old salty ranter on the show. That's it.
So are you close to the possibility that someday something could come along that could be better than HEX or could be more profitable than HEX? And if you saw it, would you be open to the idea that that's possible?
Well, I would say I'm not really looking at the moment. A lot of the stuff, every time I see these new DeFi projects and they're all centralized, or anything that's built on anything that requires a X amount of fee and an X amount of fee, I am not for any of that stuff. So I haven't seen anything in the crypto space in forever that has the capabilities that HEX has. And if something did, I mean, I would be open to look at it. But so far, I've been very disappointed.
I got my answer to that question, NerdGrl. So I've been around crypto from its inception, hanging out in chat rooms where they were talking about it alongside us when I was in different projects, the IRC channels where they were talking about cryptocurrencies, even before Bitcoin. So watching it evolve and then not actually getting any and getting involved until like 2014. But then following it and watching it and being part of it, and then being part of the 2017 ICO craze and the big pump up to 20K and all that, you know, you get jaded from all that, watching all of it and spending all the time in it and watching a 10-year-old technology not advance. And when you're a person that's involved in technology and you see all this, you get really jaded, especially when the money, you see a lot of the scams come and you lose a lot of money. You see a lot of money, you see a lot of gains. I mean, I made a lot of money on some very, very shitty projects. So it's like, okay, so I made a lot of money, but it was on a shitty project. It really has nothing to do with crypto and what it stands for and what it is and what it's supposed to be and the value of it. I just got it because it pumped, you know, and then I lost it because it dumped. You know, so you get to this point where you're jaded, very, very jaded. And I mean, this last year, I've been like, yeah, crypto schmipto, whatever, you know, my bags are still sitting there. When are they going to pump? Probably never. I'll pop in and look at it. Oh, wow, this Richard Cat's kind of cool. Like the way he talks, like his pirate attitude still. But then you see him launch something like this. So my attachment to HEX right now is nothing else has done what HEX has done as far as providing a solid project that's actually real, that's finished, that does what crypto is supposed to do. Like if this would have been 2014, I would have been like, yeah, that makes sense. This is what crypto is supposed to be. You know, even during 2017, during the ICO craze, this is what a crypto should have been. You know, I was always skeptical of all those things with the promises and all that, you know, and it's like, well, I'm going to take a risk on it because gosh dang it, they're going to give me 100% more coins because I'm going to buy in with this group and blah, 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 and all that other crap, you know. But HEX delivered, and it's the only thing that's ever delivered. So to look at it into the future right now and go, Would anything else be better? Could I consider anything that would be better? Right now, it's like I'm so fucking high from what Hex is right now that I don't want to come down off of it. And I don't want to, like, I've got my bottle here and I'm going to just keep drinking this for now. So leave me alone. Let me be drunk on it. Mm-hmm. And then when it comes time again, maybe, and then something else comes out or whatever, then maybe cool. But for now, I'm sitting here with this bottle and I'm good with it. You know, I think that's kind of the feeling right now.
There's another way to look at it. Hex is an ecosystem that is basically creating millionaires, especially down the road. And within this ecosystem, there's not only money, but there's also a lot of brain power. And there's a possibility that something else is going to be developed out of this ecosystem within the cryptocurrency space. It's very likely, I think, because watching the people that are involved in Hex, I see there's a lot of software people involved in Hex, a lot of developers involved in Hex, a lot of smart people are involved in this cryptocurrency, more than in other cryptocurrencies, at this stage at least. So I assume that if we get rich, maybe in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, if something is needed, there's a possibility that it's going to be developed out of this ecosystem, which would be great.
I agree.
Well, the thing is,
what are you thinking? What do you think, Jesus? Are you gonna go maximalist?
He's not a maxi of anything.
No, I'm not a maxi.
He'll never go maximalist.
I'm not a maximalist. No way.
We'll always be friends.
Oh, so
he's not had enough pain yet.
Yeah. And somebody said in the chat room, this is a good let's see, where was it at? Oh boy. Keep talking if you.
Oh, did you see where you put it up on the screen where it was the reference to the numbers?
No. That was the other thing I was trying to help answer. I think that's what you were talking to, was that the elite post of the funds when it first went through the contract.
Right.
And yeah, I think that was just kind of like a look at this.
Joke.
It was a joke.
Was it Freemason thing or whatever?
Yeah,
but if it's a Freemason thing,
I think Hex is getting the most.
We're talking about overcoming central banks. Yet I don't know.
Maybe they pulled that question.
I think for most of us, it's just a product that works, and that's good enough.
Mm-hmm.
My hope for the future is that there will be a coexistence between a product like Hex and some central bank cryptocurrency coin, whatever. Because the way I look at it, this year when I did my tax here in Switzerland, I do it electronically. And for the first year, there was a tax for the year 2019, and for the first time there was a category called cryptocurrency, and if you crossed it and clicked on it, they had a drop-down window with the top 10 cryptocurrencies, so you could fill out what kind of cryptocurrency you were holding. And of course Hex wasn't in there. And also the denominations didn't really work, so the maximum amount you could fill in was like 5,000. So with Hex, that doesn't really work. So I talked to a tax advisor here, and he helped me to fill out the statement, the tax statement for 2019 with my Hex purchases. But it tells you that cryptocurrency is on the radar screen. I mean, you're going to get taxed on your cryptocurrency. And there will be centralized central bank cryptocurrencies, but I think they will interact. They will interact with something like Hex. At least that's my hope for the future. So
you're hoping for institutional adoption.
Sorry?
So you're hoping for institutional adoption of Hex.
There must.
It won't happen.
Institutional.
See, what you have is
institutional adoption or mainstream adoption, I don't know.
Well, you're talking about centralized banks, cryptocurrencies interacting with HEX. That's institutional adoption.
No, what I'm talking about is that you, for example, can exchange HEX into a centralized cryptocurrency if needed, for example, to pay your tax, and vice versa. You know, it's like an exchange. You have your investment running in HEX, and in the future, someday in the future, you, as in Crypto Valley too, you already can pay your tax with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So there might be a possibility that you exchange your HEX into central bank cryptocurrency to pay your tax. Why not?
What I see when you're talking about new products that may come out that may be competitive to HEX, it probably won't be within the crypto sphere. It might be an institutional sort of copy that is trying to compete with our market, because you have a situation where right now HEX is kind of pulling people away from trading, pulling people away from being on exchanges. And that's why it's being met with the amount of resistance that it is because it's like Alexi said, was anti-trading coin. And everything is built on those fees and everything that they can pay. And that's why we have that resistance. However, in a sort of scenario where something outside the banking sphere is paying more interest, then people are going to pull their money out of the bank and put it into something like that. So that's going to force them into a situation where they have to be competitive and possibly start paying interest again. Because at one time, remember, banks actually did pay interest to keep your money. Now banks charge you fees to keep your money. And it's a privilege to keep your money in the bank, and people are unbanked. So it takes an outside force to make the change. You know, you have to have an outside force, something like HEX, that is such a revolutionary change that it can motivate the institutional systems to do what they're supposed to be doing in the first place and not exploiting their customers.
Yeah, they're trying to take over the space sooner or later. I think we have to take that into account. This might happen. But on the other side, what is happening with HEX, it's allowed. Or what is happening with Bitcoin, it's allowed. They could have stopped Bitcoin 10,000 times, but they didn't. And they didn't stop it because they want it to happen, because they want a cashless society for many reasons. So it will happen.
Oh, absolutely. Well, that was my revelation about crypto to begin with. Initially, that I got in slow because when I had friends that were talking about it and looking into it, I'm like, what is this digital thing? And then you learn the reality that we're living in a digital currency now, because it's just a unit of account and they don't actually have that money on hand. And we've been living on this digital currency the whole time. The only difference is who has control. And a lot of that is to do with who do you want to be in control of your money? You know? Who do you want to have an off switch? You know, Well, I'm glad the off switch that anything has, like the banks, they could flip off your credit card, your accounts tomorrow. You can wake up and you can have USDC in your bank account tomorrow, and now it's all traceable, all trackable. Every dollar you spend, everything. There's not a damn thing you can do about it. Don't believe they can do it? They did it with gold. Put a ban on gold, stole everybody's money. You know,
they just made someone who was from Coinbase the comptroller. So that's happening.
It's coming. So
it's happening.
Go ahead.
There's another reason why it's allowed, and that is transparency. In the beginning, people believe that Bitcoin is intransparent and you can do black market transactions with Bitcoin. But after the bust of Silk Road, people started to realize that it's exactly the opposite. It's totally transparent, and HEX is also totally transparent. So what more do you want for the authorities? That's great.
Yeah. No, you're right. It is. I mean, you can see every single transaction. I mean, on top of them being able to see it, you know, I can see your shit. NerdGrl can see my shit. my transactions, my
I don't
balance.
look at other people's transactions though.
There's a very good video on TED Talks from a girl who used to work for the FBI. Later, I think she worked for CoinDesk or yeah, for some crypto company. Anyway, she did a TED Talk.
Are you talking about Sherry Peel Jackson?
Yeah, the blonde girl. I don't know her name.
Okay, no, it's not the same woman.
She's doing a TED Talk about how they prosecuted Lars Ulbricht and Silk Road, how they raided him. And within the FBI teams, there were two undercover agents who were trying to blackmail Lars Ulbricht for his Bitcoins. And they also got busted because every move was transparent within Bitcoin. So they not only busted Lars Ulbricht, but they also busted the two FBI agents who were trying to blackmail him for his Bitcoins. That's how transparent Bitcoin is.
Yeah.
And HEX is the same. So I think.
So what about privacy coins? Is there still a place for privacy coins? Since we already have fully
there are privacy coins, but as Richard explained, most of them don't really work. And the one privacy coin that might work, I think people like the NSA or whatnot, they are able to look into that also, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If they want to know something, they know it. I'm 100% sure.
Well, I think when we talk privacy coins, maybe as far as the crypto community goes, maybe so that everybody else can't see my shit. Maybe not. Maybe I'm trying to do anything nefarious or illegal or anything like that. But I just don't want every
books on the dark web with privacy coins. Okay, like there doesn't have to be the like assumption that you're trying to do something nefarious because you're using dark web marketplaces or anonymous cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
There's nothing criminal about wanting to keep your transactions private.
You're that exactly. That's something that's needed in crypto. You need to have,
yeah.
I believe in that.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it doesn't exist yet.
It does exist. It's called Haven.
Well, explain it to us.
Okay.
I don't know Haven.
So Haven is built on top of Monero, and it's a stable privacy coin. So they have Haven, which is XHV. It's that combination of letters, but maybe not in that order. And then they have several other coins that are associated with that are pegged to fiat currencies. So there's like, you know, the US dollar, Haven USD, and Haven AU. And then there's Haven Gold that's pegged to gold. And I need to understand more about what they're planning to do to actually back those assets once there's enough, you know, that they would need to have storage somewhere. But I think it's a really good solution to the privacy coin problem.
I'm looking
the problem with the privacy coin solution is you have to get Monero from somewhere, and they can track you purchasing that Monero. And that's where, you know, when they decide to crack down on it, they're going to say, why are you holding this Monero? You know, that's where the tie-up is. So I don't really think that any cryptocurrency can be truly private the way that it's currently. Anytime you have to go through a centralized exchange, so the only way to do it is kind of to go through, you know, something that's decentralized. But even Uniswap keeps track of every transaction, so
it's visual. It's visible.
You know, everything's somewhat traceable.
Oh yeah, there was a chain analysis a couple of weeks ago published their report saying that they could track 99.9% of Zcash transactions and 30% of Monero transactions. Not even from watching the coins, but actually from like observation data from outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crypto's not there yet. It's still not there yet. It's working on it. I'm going to look into this Haven here.
I think you should.
What it has to offer. It's been around since what, July? It says. Was it July?
Yeah, it's a new that newish project. I think it's cool. I mean, it's actually because I was trying to figure out why more people on the dark web didn't accept Monero, even in marketplaces where you can. And so I started talking to people, and they all said that it was because of Monero's volatility, and that they couldn't sit on it for 14 days while they waited for, you know, the goods to clear escrow. That Bitcoin was volatile enough. And then I was like, oh man, there needs to be a stable privacy coin. And then I was like, but a stable privacy coin can't be pegged to fiat because nobody's going to accept that as stable. And then I found Haven, and I was like, this is exactly what I was looking for. And privacy by default too. It's worth looking at. I would be interested in your opinion.
I'll take a look here.
I'll have to check it out first.
Yeah, I'm checking it out.
It sounds like a really good idea.
It's a great idea. I mean, like, yeah, conceptually, it's.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Sorry, I didn't mean to like shill a coin on Discourse.
Oh no, we talk about everything here. We've
talked about everything.
Had everything talked about and shilled here, and I mean, how many fucking hours can you talk about Hex? I mean, Richard's already beat, you know, everything that we could possibly try and beat up. He's already beat it up for 8-hour streams, 3-hour streams, 4-hour streams. You know, we just try and bring, you know, like the people that are within Hex, that are using Hex, that are making mistakes, making things right, looking at things a certain way, kind of asking more questions. I mean, there are more questions to be revealed, but I think we're getting pretty close to, you know, being able to talk about other things to fill up some of the dead space.
Right. Hey, RG3, can you put some of the comments Richard just posted right now?
Yeah, Richard says, Bink, you can Tornado Cash, DAI, USD Tether, and USDC now. So Tornado Cash is also another way of bringing some privacy. And someone forked it to support Hex, but no one has seen it public yet. So that's fucking vision right there. Cool. He's talked about it, you know, and I was going to say something a second ago, but Richard has talked about, you know, Tornado Cash. There's people working on a project, and it might be forking, you know, Hex.
TornadoCash.win, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can actually go there. It's actually there. I mean, I've seen it. I have gone on it, but haven't tried it out yet.
Okay, I'm gonna write that down.
Is that it? TornadoCash.win, right? Let me see.
I think it is. He posted a couple comments higher.
Oh, I missed that. I'm horrible at reading the chats. And plus, we got Richard in, by the way. Everybody, Richard's in. And
Richard, woo!
Hi, Richard. Do you guys think that maybe if I'm a cutthroat now, he'll talk to me because he's been dodging me?
I don't know if you being a cutthroat gives you any real status.
No.
Sorry.
I'm just joking anyway. Sorry.
Oh, it's not really a badge of honor.
There's no URL.
Hey, I got blocked. I got blocked because I got into it with one of those other coins, and I wasn't supposed to speak of it. So
yes, I'm in.
It's done. You did it.
Done.
Look,
there you go.
She goes on the show the second time. She becomes a Hexagon. She becomes a cutthroat, and now she gets an interview with Richard. I fucking quit.
See how that works?
I'm leaving. I'm out of here. Oh,
so you got
this will be interesting.
You got banned for what?
I was speaking the name of a scam coin, and Richard does not like us to do that because it gives them power. Okay. We've had that conversation.
Just about all cutthroats have been banned from the chat at one time or another.
If everybody
I also got banned from Telegram.
If everybody didn't speak the name of scam coins, though, right? Like, I would have never come on this show.
Oh my God.
Come on my biz. Like,
it wasn't.
Well, I'm just not doing it now. I'm minding my manners. But
Johnny,
because I got my hand slapped for that, you know.
Richard has forgiven.
So I try not to do it.
You're unblocked.
Unblocked.
Thank you, Richard.
Today I got banned in Telegram, in the Telegram chat, because I was sending some of my graphs into other chat rooms. I guess it was not so cool. So Telegram.
No, they're allergic to Hex, man. They freak out about it because it's changing the way things are done. They are freaking out about it. But you know, I laugh at it because Binance wasn't number one, CoinMarketCap wasn't number one. These things grew based on people using their sites. And when you start ignoring reality, and intelligent people can look and see what's really happening, you become obsolete. You get replaced. That's what's going to happen here.
I hope so.
Sorry for them.
There must have been somebody in one of the other channels I was placing my graphs who was complaining about me, so I got banned. Luckily, only for 24 hours. So hopefully by tomorrow I'll be unbanned again.
He's just a punk.
But who is banned?
I'm sure I'm on a lot of people's block lists because I don't see any hate in my Telegram or my Twitter whatsoever. I don't see any hate. Nobody talks. Nobody gives me any grief anymore. I think they all ban me.
But who is behind Nomics, the new market cap site that Hexologist is using? Does anybody know that? Yeah, who's behind that?
Nomics.com.
Is that a separate entity? Obviously.
Yes. And they're not gatekeeping. They're telling the truth, and that's what's going to make them prevail.
Yeah. It looks, I looked at it today. It looks pretty impressive. Hex is on 20 or 21, I think.
Ooh,
21 today.
Well, we're pumping, you guys. We are pumping today.
Yeah.
We need to buy Hex some shots, man. Damn, 21.
Well, maybe the Hex train is leaving the station again.
Yeah, it is. It is 21.
Oh yeah, we hit 20. We're top 20. Top 20 coming up.
And they're showing the proper market cap. So
almost 800.
818. 818, almost 820.
18 million.
Yep.
So
sitting on top of Neo, by the way. It sits on top of Neo.
Mm-hmm.
And Ethereum Classic and IOTA and Dash. Yeah. Like names, baby. Names.
But they're ignoring it. They're
Zcash, NEM,
Maker. Put this on page 3, man.
They're going.
How is NEM still there?
Who?
I was like NEM. I haven't heard about NEM in forever.
I know.
They've always sat there, though. They've always sat there in the top, 40, 50.
Yeah.
Maker,
here's
that's another thing why people are mad at Hex is because Hex didn't bribe its way. It what crypto what happened in 2016.
Well, it's not allowed.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's like in 2016 and 17 they put all these fucking gatekeepers in, and then they were just collecting doles from the ICOs, and they were allowed either you're getting bribed or you're pretty much saying like you're going to give me a bunch of free coins when the coin launches and stuff. And then crypto's supposed to be like fair and stuff, sort of like how Bitcoin launched supposedly, it's supposed to be fair and this, but they don't want fair. They want make sure that I get my piece before the market so I can dump on all the retail and stuff. And then they hate coins where I actually have to buy the coin. Yeah. That's why they only. That's why Coinbase only lists coin.
They want to deal with shady people.
CoinMarketCap, exactly. Yeah.
That's going to be funny when it does.
Yeah.
I mean, this as soon as the AA ends and big payday's over, I mean. If it's not sitting where it belongs on those, I mean, it's going to be egg all over their face. I mean, it already is. I just think they're slow to realize it right now, but it already is egg on their face.
It will be interesting to watch how these other YouTubers like Superman and Data Dash and whatnot, how they will react onto HEX in the future. I mean, it's HEX.
Well, they all made safe plays. They all made very safe plays when they talked about HEX. They fenced it. I mean, in Simpleman's case, for instance, he did a yeah, HEX, no HEX. Would I get it? No, I wouldn't know. I could think it might go, it might pump. It's not a scam. It's this, it's that. He sat right on top of the fence the whole time during his thing with HEX. And then the very next day, he goes, my top 5 staking coins, and HEX wasn't in that. So
yeah, I know Superman is a total loser. I mean, I was watching the guys.
That's because he is one of those. Oh, I don't want to do it.
And he talked up so many shit coins. It's not funny anymore. But take a guy like DataDash, for example. I mean, he even did an interview pretty early on with Richard Hart, and he's not talking about HEX at all. He's just avoiding it completely.
Superman bought HEX.
Yeah. Maybe Superman bought HEX. That's his strategy, you know, to talk it down, buy it up, and then maybe realize, oh, it's fucking great again.
Oh, he's gonna hate himself for that one day.
I know. If it does succeed, though, he'll be like, you know, I own HEX since before payday. You guys, you know, like,
the
you should follow
the
me.
The good thing is that the people who don't believe in HEX, and obviously they don't buy it, they basically miss out on all the gains. Like this one guy who was fudding HEX, you know, the guy we don't mention here. I call him the Trojan horse. I mean, he sold his position and he could have made a killing.
Oh, and absolute killing.
And that's so sweet to see, you know.
Let's see here.
You know, it's probably a good thing that Superman is on the fence, because right now, if he were running around proclaiming about HEX, it would probably scare a lot of people away from it. So let him be on the fence. You know, I know he's got the viewers and stuff, but I don't know.
It doesn't even matter if people are trash talking your coin. All that matters is that your coin is getting press coverage. I mean, we've seen it happen repeatedly. So, yeah.
And we complain about it, but it's really negative press is good press too, because it has brought a lot of people like yourself to it. I'm going to put you on the spot. Did you ever get your HEX that I sent to you?
I haven't gone through it yet. I need to, but
so when we get done, you're going to go stake your ETH. See, so guys, if you're trying to onboard somebody that's in crypto and you want to get them into HEX, and you want to give somebody a little bit of HEX and get them started, show them how it works, I would suggest, rather than sending them HEX, doing what I did, and I sent NerdGrl. I sent you what?
ETH.
I sent her ETH. Why did I send her ETH? Because I want her to go into the AA lobby and use the AA lobby to enter so that she can get her HEX, mint it, and stake it herself. I want her to play with it so that she understands exactly what's going on. So if you're trying to
understand the process, I've just been like, I don't know, juggling stuff and being lazy.
You're lazy. Exactly.
You know, that share price,
I know.
It's changing every day.
All right, Johnny. Fine.
So, you know, I could, if you could probably buy a car with what I gave you in 15 years from now. So
okay, cool. Good.
Because, you know, it's right now. Hey, actually, I think I gave it to you when we were up. So it's, you know, we're in a dip right now. Actually, we're starting to pump. So you better get on it, because when HEX pumps, sometimes there's no turning back. I mean, it's,
you know what? I'm gonna do some videos with my mom later this week. She wants me to teach her how to use a hardware wallet. Maybe you'll be like, we'll figure out how to how to do the HEX together too.
And we can do that. Yep, I'll show you.
Did you free claim your Bitcoin? You didn't free claim your Bitcoin?
No.
You had Bitcoin in a wallet on the December 2nd, right? December 2nd?
I haven't touched my Bitcoin in years.
But it's sitting in a wallet?
Signed from the wallet.
Mm-hmm.
Can you sign a signature from the wallet that you held them in?
It's a hardware wallet.
Okay, you should be able to sign your signature from it.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the deal. You get free HEX because you had Bitcoin on December 1st of last year.
Mm-hmm.
You get half as much now because you waited this long. And the longer you wait, you're losing percentages every week. So you need to claim your free HEX with your Bitcoin.
The share price is never better than right now.
That's interesting. I mean, you know about HEX, you know how it works, and you have Bitcoin and you don't free claim. How is that possible?
Well, and you're a fucking cutthroat now. I thought for sure you already got your HEX.
You got to claim your free HEX.
I'm kicking her out of the group right now until we
get
her.
That's fair.
So here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing with your free claim, okay? This was the big fear for everybody. It was like, oh, but if I free claim, Richard's gonna get my Bitcoin. Have you ever heard anybody say Richard took my Bitcoin? No, everybody's free claimed. And the other thing is your wallet doesn't even need to have it in it to claim from that wallet. It only needed to be in there at the time of the snapshot. So if a person is afraid that Richard's going to take my Bitcoin, all you got to do is move it to the wallet.
Move it.
And then claim from the old wallet. It's that easy. There's no chance. There's no risk whatsoever. It's absolutely free HEX. And there's no reason that anybody shouldn't be doing that. And click RG3's link and get your extra 10%.
Yeah, I know.
I already gave her the link. I said, here's the link you have to use.
I know. I got to do it. You're right. I have to do it.
And then I'll send you both links and we'll go through both processes so you know how to free claim and you know how to mint in the AA.
Okay.
And in all truth, Nicole, we just don't want you to miss out.
No, I don't want to miss out either. I think you're right. I don't know. You know what? Like it's the last time that I was really actively managing my crypto assets, like moving them around or trading, was like 2018 early maybe. And I'm nervous.
Now, in your ledger, you're going to have multiple addresses, okay? Because your ledger splits it up into multiple addresses. So you have to claim from each address because that might hold a portion of your Bitcoin. So you have to claim for each one of those sub addresses. There's more information about it that you can look into. But so if you claim, you might have maybe 0.01 in one of your addresses. And you'll only claim that amount when you do that and you sign your signature. But you'll get into that.
Let me answer
just so
this.
you know.
Let me answer this question first. And if your Bitcoin was in Coinbase, can you free claim from that? No, unfortunately, you cannot.
Nope.
It's non-custodial wallet.
A non-custodial.
You have to hold your own keys.
Well, you have to hold your own keys.
Not your keys, not your crypto.
You got to be a real crypto pirate. You can't be letting the freaking fiat world hold your hand.
And the thing is, this has been spoke about for 2 years now, on how to do this. And what's going to be funny is we're going to get a lot of free claims the day before, right? And that's going to crack me up. That's going to crack me up to no end because what's going to happen when they wait to claim the day before? Should I tell them?
Sure,
Should I tell them?
Tell them.
I don't know if I should tell them. Okay, so if you try to wait to the last day and claim before and thinking you're going to dump the HEX on everybody's head with your free claim, guess what happens? Your free claim, 90% is auto-staked. From the day you claim it, it's 350 days out before you can remove that 90%. Now, that 10%, you can dump that immediately if you want. But if you think you're going to claim the day before, you're not. But here's the kicker. If you try to claim the day before, there's not going to be anything left to claim.
Exactly.
Because now you've waited too long.
Yeah, because every day you're losing percentage points of your bag.
Every day you're losing percentage
points. It's over 50%
bad,
gone
and
now.
It's accelerating.
Yeah, it's over 50% gone now for free claimers.
So where you would have got 10,000 HEX per Bitcoin, you would get 12,000 if you click the referral link. But where you would have had 12,000, now you're only going to get 6 per Bitcoin. And you can claim even fractional Bitcoins and get your free HEX. So it's really not a large amount that's free, the adoption amplifier looks pretty damn sweet when you start claiming your free hex. You're like, oh, I want more. But
yeah, it's designed to make you
still
want
free.
to buy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And,
but it's still free. So there's no reason not to take it.
Yeah. And then some of the fears of people saying, well, all the free claimers are going to dump on your asses on, day 351. Well, your day 351 is 351 days from here. And their day 351 for the people who got in day one was 351 days from back there. And tomorrow's day 351 is a day after yours. So all of these free claims are spread out through the next 351 days through the launch phase, not all on one day dumping. And right now,
like 1.5% has got 6 months in. So they are 350 days plus 6 months, from the beginning.
They're missing 350th of their hex on the last day.
Right?
Yeah. I can see him with his laugh.
You get one hex.
You get one.
Don't spend it all in one place.
But it's going to be really interesting because after the big payday, or with the big payday, the inflation phase basically ends because the printing of hex ends, and all the printing that is left is basically the inflation that's paid out as interest to the stakers. So that printing, that interest is basically going into the stakes. It's not going into the market even. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with the price of hex after the big payday. Okay, there's people saying, well, a lot of stakes end right after the big payday, and maybe there is, but if there's 2 billion or something hex going into the market after the big payday, that's like 4 days of adoption amplifier.
Yeah. Not mine anymore. Not, my big bag's not going to dump on anybody's head anymore. I fixed that.
Well, this is
maybe it takes 2 or
that's
3.
where that stickiness of that strategy comes in,
Yeah, maybe it takes a week or 2 to absorb that, if that, and then hex will be pretty scarce, I think.
Oh,
because in the share price is the other factor that really, really upsets the balance. See, because your share price after big payday is going to be so much more expensive. It's going to take so much more hex to get the same position. So people are going to be looking at that going, oh crap, now I, if I don't restake right now, I'm not going to get my position. So the question is, how much of that hex that's coming unstaked is actually going to drop on the market once they realize that share price is going to spike? So, I mean, it's a question of human behavior, and the deeper you dig and understanding the share price, it doesn't make a lot of sense for this big dump that's supposed to happen, because basically if everybody wants to sell on the same day, you're going to be competing to get the lowest price. So you're going to basically give your hex away, lose your whole position, and you're going to be competing to sell at the lowest price so that you can get out. And it doesn't make any sense to burn your farm that's producing just to make a one lump sum. But people do it,
Right. Yeah. But, well, there will be volatility around the big payday, I guess. But once the dust settles, there's way less hex printed. And the hex that's printed as interest is going to the stakers. It's staked. It's not going directly into the market unless people unstake or their stakes mature. And that's not a lot of hex, I guess. So if we...
I would suspect that smart people would sell the interest and restake their principal, is what I would think would probably be the new amount of hex that's flowing into the market. And there will be some people that probably sell off, but I think the majority are going to restake their principal and gain the interest.
Yeah, but also the people also get the big payday payout. I mean, each stake gets its share of the big payday. So you are able, if a stake matures after the big payday, you're not only able to sell your interest, but you also have your share of the big payday in hex that you can sell.
Yeah, and that's going to be funny, because if you think about it, because of the big payday, the share rate goes exponential. So even if they restake with their big payday payout, they're not going to get the same share price that they got before. So
absolutely. Absolutely. I mean,
that's rough.
Yeah, for staking, the best time is now, before the big payday. That's obvious. As early and as long as possible. Okay, the gas price is still this question mark, but I think this will be solved in the future.
I think it was answered in that last stream we did earlier with Kyle. I had asked him that question. Yeah, he said it was 8 million. The gas fee would be 8 million maximum so far, and at a 555.
And how much is that in dollars?
That's what he said. It was computed, but I think it was like 48 gwei for each. So it's like 48 gwei times 8 million, and then that would give you the price in Ethereum. So I'm guessing. I honestly, I'd have to do the math to tell you, but I'll have to do. Well, I'm pretty sure there's a way to figure it out somewhere.
Yeah,
but 8 million,
100 million way,
or something like that. It's like 100 million gwei. Yeah, so it's right now. Currently, the gas price is like 48, and so if you wanted to know what the maximum amount of Ethereum would be, like 48 gwei times 8 million, and then just divide that by to find out what percent. It could be maybe a tenth of an Ethereum, maybe. I'm not sure.
He did Dev Kyle did the math on that earlier today on the first stream. He did the math on that on that price, and he was talking about the 15-year stakes and how that was maxed out and whatnot, and how when 15 years comes, I mean those are going to be the stakes that change the share price for the last time from the big payday and the launch phase. But really it's going to be 16 years out, is because it's everybody who stakes all the way up until the end of the launch phase, all of those people. So it's going to be actually almost a year past the 15 year that you're still going to see those stakes coming out.
Right. I am gonna make a 555 stake on the last day just for fun.
I got a few of them. I'm putting some more out there too.
Just on the last day, the day before, I'm just gonna go 55555. Let's go, baby.
Yeah,
can't go wrong.
There's a lot of people that are trying to do that. Get that one long stake right before big payday. There's a lot of people talking about that. It's a trendy thing, I think.
Yeah. So that day is probably going to have a lot of 4-5 stakes on that day. A year after, 351 days after the 5555 4-5. So yeah, it's going to be that far out that all those are going to come out at one time.
Yeah. Then it's going to be a game of who's actually going to make it to that without emergency unstaking.
Well, I just wonder if there's going to be some big ones that get staked out there that they change the share price drastically. Then
it's possible, definitely, because especially like I think there's going to be a really there's always a big FOMO at the end, right? So if it's one day before big payday, someone's just going to take a lump sum and just go.
But the size, I think Kyle did the math on it. The size doesn't really influence the share price so much as what really influences the share price is how much return you got on your stake. The size only increases that by I think 10% or something.
Bigger pays better. Yeah. Which I think maxes out at like 150 million.
Yeah.
So here's something somebody brought up. So Franklin said, let's talk about how the narrative HEX is changing. So like NrdGrl being here, this is a change from the first time she came on. She's learned a lot. And the first few weeks we were called a scam and going to zero. A couple months after that, we were called a scam and a Ponzi and a dump. Now the OA exit scams, possibly, you can't make any of this shit up, they say. It just the narrative keeps changing on, why not HEX?
Right. And the next one's going to be global EMP wave. They'll destroy everything.
zombie hex apocalypse.
It's going to take an EMP wave.
Yeah.
So you guys been converting a lot of XRP army still?
Well, you know, Good Texture was on a tear working on the XRP army. He was trying to convert a bunch of those guys. I don't know how successful that's become. I haven't seen any of them over here claiming that they were XRP army. But he did reach out to them because I guess he felt they needed help.
Yeah, I thought that you guys were like on a mission to convert the XRP army.
Well, you know, I mean, I've always had the opinion that our pump is going to come from within crypto. You know, everybody's always talked about onboarding and bringing new users on. And I really think that, you know, Hex's price and these big increases that we're all hoping for or thinking that are going to happen are going to be whales or mass adoption from within crypto. I mean, I'm sure that we're going to have some from outside, but those are fewer and further between, and the investments are a lot smaller than people that are in crypto, because there's a lot of financial energies that's not afraid of crypto that I think can move the price a lot more drastically than, you know, outside influences, unless you're talking about institutional money. And then, of course, we all just talked about how we can give a shit less about institutional money, and really we don't want it if it has any influence at all. So, but you know, I don't see institutional money seeing Hex as a value statement right now. So, you know, we probably won't see that before launch phase is over. That may be something years down the road where we see institutional money saying, hey, this is we should be using this product, this crypto product, versus, you know, look at the interest we can get off of it, you know? So, I mean, but as of now, I think it has to come from within. And that's what that whole project was to kind of work at a community that's already kind of ripe, ready, and raw, and is familiar with crypto. And there's a lot of financial energy over there in that whole group. And they're looking for something like this. So it was an honest attempt. It wasn't like, hey, let's go beat up on those guys and try and get them over here. It was like, hey, you know, kind of almost really an olive branch saying, hey, look, you guys should come check this out, man, because it's kind of right up your alley, because it is a financial product that's solid, stable, and sturdy, like you guys have always hoped it was. And it's here now. It's a finished product, and you know, you ain't tattooed Fed on your back.
You know,
yeah, I think there's a lot of potential within the Bitcoin community. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The thing that gets me is, you know, all the bot talk that we get, or we're idiots because we're investing in this or whatever, and it just really cracks me up, because it's like, no, you know what I see is I see a bunch of people that are in crypto that haven't had enough pain yet to know what it is that they want out of this, you know.
Well, they're hurting, man. They're hurting. They're just shell shocked.
I think that pain will make you see the light, you know.
I think there's more PTSD than anything out there. But my buddy Kurkowski says, I disagree with RG3, which he does often, by the way. He does it on stream often, and he does. That's why I love him so much, because he does. I've onboarded more more non-crypto users than crypto users with higher value input overall, because he's so fucking awesome. He just is.
Well, you know, I'm going to have to kind of lean that direction too, RG, because of the tribalism in the crypto space, and the fact that crypto space is so small in comparison to the rest of the world. You know, once you tell anybody there is a financial product that they can get into and make money, see how many people jump. And the less they know about crypto and the less they know about the old influencers, the more likely they are to jump in. I think we're having a difficult time because the way things have been done are highly resistant to, well, you know, just the way crypto was supposed to be in the first place and the way Bitcoin started out. But that's just not where it's gone now. It's become more centralized. It's controlled by China. The mining is there. The electricity is cheaper there. You know, I just don't feel like it's responsible to try to get on board somebody into something like Bitcoin, that you're going to hope that it reaches all-time highs for a whopping 2x on your returns. And, you know, something that you can play money in and possibly make a fortune. Why not? Why not? You know, try it out. Throw $5 in. Hey, you lose it, you're probably going to spend more on a scratch-off ticket. What do you really got to lose with it? You know, trying to get a foothold on Bitcoin that's been around for 10 years, and the rich people already have it held, so they're going to hold on to it, and they're going to hold on to that narrative, you know?
Yeah. So Richard said, plus token Ponzi 5x the Bitcoin price. There's more money outside crypto than in. Yeah, he's right. So we're going to have to get that Zhao Susu, whatever his name is. I forget his name, something or other, the plus token Ponzi guy that did all the marketing and freaking killed it out there and brought all that money in. So, yeah, I guess we need some better marketers to go out there, and we've got, you know, what, just a few months left to get them to come pump the price before big payday. So have at it.
But
get Zhao.
I think this new tool that is in the process of getting developed, Staker, will help a lot in the onboarding process, because if it's possible to onboard people via the smartphone into HEX, that's really amazing. Because for normal people, I onboarded a couple of non-crypto people, and you can forget it to explain to them the process of going from your euro or US dollar into cryptocurrency, and then into ETH, and then into HEX. That's way too complicated for them. And then have a wallet to secure everything, and a Trezor. Those people are non-tech people. They need some easy solution. So if we have a solution on a handheld smartphone.
Johnny is really into a real easy, like, bridge product. It's one of the ones that I'm really into too. Note. Right?
Note.
What's that?
I've not actually looked at Note, so
what? I thought that we were friends there. I thought that. Okay.
Although I do follow your tweets, so I will have to take a look. And
okay, well, you guys, it's cool just to check out. Like, they're not asking. I mean, there is a token sale, but like, it's not. You don't have to participate in the token sale. If you download Note and put it on your phone and go make your first post there. I'm brand new to Note. You'll get a huge amount of tokens. It's enough for you to transact with other people on the app and start to kind of see how cool it is, because it's not intending to overtake any other cryptocurrency. It's just intending to be a bridge product so that, like, you know, other people just start using social media and then realize, I've got this cryptocurrency, and you don't have to have 21 word, you know, your 24 word passphrase. It's not, you know, it's not complicated. It doesn't require a, you know, JSON file to open. It's just, you can even print them out. So I don't know. Maybe check it out.
But what we need is something to onboard people into HEX, something that enables them to not only buy HEX, but also to stake it.
Okay. Well,
and that's going to be Staker, obviously.
A step in the right direction.
That's going to be Staker, obviously.
Maybe if you guys were all on Note posting more about HEX, then Note could be, you know, onboarding mechanism. Just a thought.
Absolutely. It could be anything that's more accessible is going to be.
It's super accessible, and there's not a ton of people using the app right now, so it's not like your voice gets drowned out in seas of millions.
Okay, interesting. I have to look it up. Is it
Steam started off pretty good too.
Yeah, okay,
so the thing there. Steam started out pretty good too.
Nobody's promising anything, but I don't know, maybe check it out, see what you think. I thought that you were on there because I have a, I don't know, friend on there that's Johnny Chop.
Nope, yeah. I'm under CCFX Studios on Twitter. I'm CCFX Studios. I follow and comment occasionally on your stuff.
Okay. I'm sure that I respond because I talk to everybody who talks to me.
But
Okay,
you got to
guys,
claim
I
your
think-
free hex
I
before
know,
you start
I'm
lecturing
going
me
to.
on
RG
note, though.
kicks me
I'm
out.
just saying.
RG kicked me out of.
Yeah,
RG kicked me out.
you got to claim your free hacks, and you got to answer me one last question. What is your reasoning for hodling Bitcoin?
So good question. I think that it's just like that's kind of. I used to work for a financial advisor. I was working for a financial advisor earlier this year, and we kind of like went through my portfolio and, you know, what he thought was reasonable, like for, you know, more speculative assets and then, you know, store of value. I kind of listened.
Okay.
Store of value.
Okay. But don't you think that HEX might be a better store of value if you can 80x your principal within 10 years of staking?
Well, yeah, I mean,
plus capital gains.
Okay, so it might be, right? And like, I'm not opposed to that and never have been. I've been a friend to the Hexicans from the beginning. But yeah, I mean, definitely it's something that I need to do. But I'm not gonna like get all out of my Bitcoin and all into a HEX position, because then what if Bitcoin takes off? And, you know, not saying that HEX won't take off too. I'm just saying that I want to be properly hedged.
It's about the X.
Do you,
NrdGrl? It's about the X.
Do you know how much economic energy it takes for Bitcoin to 80x?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
A lot.
Mm-hmm.
So if you would have put your Bitcoin into HEX, you'd have 100 times what you got right now if you wanted to cash out.
Well, that was stupid of me.
You know that, right?
Not only.
It's okay.
More than that.
No one knew that, right?
You're talking about the capital gains that HEX did so far. It's 50x or 60x. But you're not talking about the big payday payout, and you're not talking about the 80x you are going to get as interest if you stake for 10 years. That's
10
on
years
top
is a
of
long time. I'm going to be dead before then.
Excuse me? I didn't hear
you. She said that's a long time.
I was just being a smart ass. I said 10 years is a long time. I might be dead before then.
Oh yeah,
you'll be around. Me and RG are probably.
But you don't have to stake everything for 10 years. You can stake for 1 week, 4 weeks. You build your ladder, and you get your interest accordingly on top of everything else. I think that's pretty compelling, and that's something you don't have in Bitcoin.
Right. I think that you're right. I think that I should have been paying more attention or been more active in managing my assets sooner. But there's nothing wrong with hedging your bets, okay?
Yeah.
Well, you didn't hedge with
I know I didn't. I know. I'm telling you. Yeah, I know. Okay.
In one of.
But don't be waiting too long on that $1 million Bitcoin.
Yeah, you went full frontal BTC on that one.
What are you talking about?
Well, you didn't hedge at all with any HEX.
It's attached to her bags, man.
All right.
The question you have to ask yourself when investing is one of the questions is, what is my risk reward ratio?
Mm-hmm.
So when you get into Bitcoin, you have a pretty high risk already, because the price is so high of Bitcoin. If you buy 1 Bitcoin, you can lose $10,000. Mm-hmm. If you buy 1 HEX, what can you lose? A fraction of a dollar.
A third of a cent. But
the reward, I think, is exponentially higher. The possible reward is exponentially higher in HEX. So the risk reward ratio is way better in HEX than it is in Bitcoin, because HEX is in its very infancy, basically. It's like investing in Bitcoin in 2010, if you ask me.
What I like to tell people is it's simple math. Here's your bet. Do you bet that Bitcoin's going to hit $30,000 before HEX hits a penny? Because that's the exact same move. The exact same move. 3 times HEX's price now hits a penny, okay? 3 times 10,000 hits 30,000. So if you have $1,000 in HEX or $1,000 in Bitcoin, that same move is the same amount of money. The difference is HEX is continuing to print interest during that time. So even if the move is the same, you're still gaining interest on top of that. So that's kind of the bet. But I'm not telling you to do anything with what you got. And I understand hedging your bets, and I understand your attachment. You've had those for some time. So, but that's why I don't hold any Bitcoin anymore, because my bet is simple. I bet HEX is going to hit a penny long before Bitcoin hits 30,000.
Yeah, I sold mine at the top the other day.
Yeah. And not only are you getting interest plus penalties or your share of the penalties, you're also getting your share of the big payday. Don't forget that.
Yeah. Yeah. Nope.
It's an opportunity you have at the moment, I think. Yeah.
And nobody knows exactly, just to put that in perspective too, nobody knows exactly what your big payday payout is going to be. It's being like right now, it looks like it's more than double, but it should sit somewhere around double or more at that point. When big
we don't know how many people are going to come in and stake last minute, which I imagine there's probably going to be quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a sliding range right now. But you double your
coins. But there's another
thing
that we don't take into consideration too. There's people that are buying coins on exchanges and storing them on exchanges, and they don't even know what HEX does. They just know price went up. You know, sometimes people are just watching the coins for their just watching the coins and not really looking any farther than trying to day trade them.
Yeah.
So.
Lots of people. We've even had some people in the show that do that. They just day trade them and buy Unipower.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that there are people within HEX and they have pretty big stakes. They stake them for 2 or 3 days and then keep on restaking them. I don't really understand that, other than maybe they want to stay liquid and live off the interest. Okay, that's the reason, but you're losing out on a lot of money in the long term, I think, with that strategy.
Yeah.
Well, the kicker is they're not really losing, because if they're staking and they're honoring their terms and they're making the interest, any money is free money. So they're not really losing on it. And I have a theory behind that, and I think a lot of these short stakes, even the 1 month stakes, I believe is kind of like miner behavior. You know, selling off the coins and restaking their shares, making them, basically that's their hardware, that's their farm, and they're just making money right off top of that. And that's one way to play. It's not the best way to over time, but it's effective.
Yeah,
it's effective, but compared to a staker who's staking for 10 years, they're losing because of the share price. But yeah.
Oh yeah, they're not gonna gain like the people that are going long term, but their thought process is, they're banking on maybe this won't last forever, but why it does, I'm just gonna make money all the way through.
Yeah. But if you look at Bitcoin already lasted for 12 years. So even 12 years is not such a long time, really.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. The longer scenario is better.
And imagine what HEX can do in 10 or 12 years, especially with the ecosystem getting built up around it. I think a lot of potential there. All right, I'm gonna hit the sack. It's getting light outside.
Well, hey, 10alexa, thanks for coming on.
We thank you for joining us and coming out and showing your face and saying, "Hey, I'm a Hexican too."
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
An idea for RG3. Maybe you can have one of your 3 weekly streams, like in the morning your time. That would be much more convenient for people in Europe and even Asia, or maybe the East Coast of America.
I've been getting a lot of that, and we used to have it at noon, but it's it's difficult. It cuts into my day to try and put it in the afternoon. But I might move one for a little bit like that. And while I'm still in a downtime right now, so I might be able to do that for a little bit, but I don't know what'll happen when I have to start. I've got other projects I got going on, so might have to get back to doing those. And it just cuts in too much. So I had to move them to nights, but maybe I can get a weekend stream or something going. I don't know.
I totally understand that. Yeah. But it's this ecosystem is growing so fast. It's really hard to keep up with all the content that's getting produced. You know, I mean, there's so many other people on YouTube right now that are also producing interesting content. It's amazing. But your platform obviously is special because you bring the people together, which I think is great.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. And that's what we want to do. We just want to bring everybody here to hash it out, talk about things. And you know, sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong, and sometimes we're full of shit. Sometimes we're not. That's what it's for. So.
Yeah, but it's part of the educational process, and people can make up their own mind.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot more than everybody else, I think. I really get a lot out of it, to be honest, because a lot of smart people come on here on this show. And we've got, you know, people like Coffee and Good Texture and Dev Kyle and Hexologist and all these people come on here and they really know what they're talking about. And I've learned a lot from all of them. You know, that's really probably my selfish reason.
He's not going to name me.
Freaking Johnny Chaos has always been, you know, he's always.
Then we got this guy that comes in here and roughs everybody up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
All right then.
Anyway, thanks, 10alexa. Good to put a face to the name, and great work. We love your stuff. Everybody is always raving about, and everybody in the chat was talking about it. So you have a good one. Thanks for coming on with us.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
It's my pleasure, and anytime again. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Oh, it looks like Litecoin's going to make it for the ending of the stream here.
Oh, you're back.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I don't know what the hell.
Feature of the show. I forgot. You're dropping in and out. That's the feature.
So I don't want to turn. This is probably going to turn into a subject, but I mean, so all of our crypto women, you guys like sell it. Like, look at you right now. You're laid out, hanging out with us. Like, hey, here I am. And like all these,
I wear a crypto shirt every day. It's not sales. It's just like
she's comfortable.
But there's a whole bunch of them out there that are like half dressed. Now they're like doing bikini shots and stuff and showing.
Oh yeah, because we started having a competition.
So now and I heard you guys are going to have a HEX competition. A HEX bikini competition?
Oh yeah, the girls, they want HEX bikinis, and they won't let me make a new design right now because everything is backed up in the supply chain. But yeah, the HEX girls want HEX bikinis. We're gonna make them.
Okay, so here's my suggestion then. Why don't you guys do a calendar?
Ladies of HEX now, and that's you.
Do a calendar.
RG, you are going down a road, my friend, that is going to get you.
No. These girls sell it more than I'm buying. So I'm telling you right now, don't give me none of that shit.
I have no problem with a calendar. Like, I was a Hooters girl. I was in the Hooters calendar when I was, I don't know, 19. So like, I don't have an issue with that, but you know why I would have an issue with it in crypto? It's not because I think that there's anything wrong with a woman using or anybody using anything that they have to their advantage. What I think why I wouldn't do it in crypto is because there are so many immature boys who like flip out. I mean, like, I have gotten some like unbelievable hate messages from me wearing a t-shirt and shorts. So like, I just can't handle
hate. Hate?
Yes.
That's because crypto's a lot of young men that are living in their mommy's basement.
I know, exactly. Yes. Yes.
And trolling our posts. That's what
you're telling
are.
me.
Some of you live in your mama's basements and it shows, you know?
So you're telling me it's the simps.
It's okay. And then also the simps calling each other simps, and then like there's simp wars, and then like the girls sometimes some of the girls get like real competitive over like
they're simps.
Yeah, it's not.
Simp coin's not crazy. Oh, you see, over time, this is starting to get some traction here. Simp coin.
Yeah.
Now, what is this? I don't even know what the simp thing is.
So a simp is someone who
this guy lives in his basement that has no love life.
So,
is this some new jazzy lingo young folks got going on here?
And they just troll women online, and when
they call a simp anybody who says anything nice to a woman ever. It doesn't have to be about her appearance. They'll be like, anybody, simp. You just said like that was a really nice article, like that was a really intelligently written article. Simp.
Well, I thought the original term for it was like basically like a soy boy, a simp.
Yeah, but it's like something.
Soy boy's a cuck.
Cuck.
Soy boy is definitely not the same thing as a simp. It's not though, but it is. But it's not.
It is. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
RG, I think I just aged another 10 years during this conversation.
Dude, I've been trying to keep up. So I got a 19-year-old. So he kind of helps to educate me on some of this shit, and I'm like, dude, what's a freaking simp, man? What's a simp? And he'll let me know, like, fuck, I heard it today. I didn't know what I just went along with, like, oh yeah, cool, he's a fucking simp, man. Yeah, that guy. And then he'll tell me, and I'll like, oh, what's a thought, dude? What is a thought? My son, I remember that day. That was like I'm driving him to high school, and he's like, his boys in the back seat with him, and they're talking, and they're like, oh, there's that thought. I'm like, what's a thought? And they just started laughing.
Yeah, but every generation has a word for thought. I mean, back in the day, it was like, what, chicken head? You know what I mean?
I started saying the words I remember, and it's just going to sound stupid and old, so I'm not even going to do it.
No, you have to now.
No.
Right.
No.
Yeah. No, but so it's not like that I think that there's anything wrong with there being a calendar, or like I support the girls if they want to do one 100%. I'll buy one, but I'm not going to be in it because I just don't want to deal with it. Like, I just don't want to deal with the fallout. I once did any of you see the gun control, like the two-way video that I made? No?
No.
Okay. I changed my clothes 3 times, or wore 3 different outfits. All of them are t-shirts. Like, nothing, you can never see from below my waist, but there's comments on the video on Twitter talking about how I'm using my body to get ahead. And I'm doing irreparable damage to women in the space by not being a good representation of them. And I'm like, meanwhile, this video is about how I got mainstream media attention on this issue that didn't have any press. And I'm, talking about this case of, police breaking into this person's house and murdering him. And the amount of hate on a video that I wasn't showing anything in makes me never want to do that kind of thing again, except for when I'm trolling them.
Right.
Nicole,
yeah, I see you trolling
this thing. Listen.
I do.
Didn't you do a bra shot the other day to troll them?
What did I do?
Didn't you have a bra shot the other day to troll
yeah,
them?
I did a video in my bra saying, "You're right. You're so right."
So right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then I've also posted videos in oversized shirts where I'm because one time I had an oversized shirt on in a live stream, and they're I don't know, I had shorts on, but I don't know, they started going nuts and saying I wasn't wearing pants. And it was so the next day I took a picture of myself in a shirt and was and I'm not even wearing any pants. And it oh my God. Yeah. Crypto.
So why can other communities have freaking calendars? Is it that bad?
I don't think that crypto shouldn't have a calendar. I'm not going to be in it.
I've been working in construction my whole life. I mean, there's calendars and stuff, and posters are hey, and everybody respects that.
How many people who work in construction live in their mama's basements and have never had a girlfriend?
You're right. None of them do.
Mm-hmm.
They have 2 or 3 girlfriends and enough money to pay for them.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's not a problem.
So
Gotcha.
So here's the power that you need. It's called the power of the F it bubble. This is where you don't let those haters run you down or tell you what the hell to do, because they really don't matter. You got these people that have their complexes, and they're trying to project their complexes on you, and they're trying to affect your life.
For sure.
Why would you let these strangers affect you and how you feel? And there's no reason why you shouldn't be confident and do whatever the hell you want.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because they represent a majority in cryptocurrency, and because I'm a journalist in this industry, and they will take me less seriously if I do something like that. That's why.
Most people don't.
Well, so that's the same thing.
I respect your intelligence and what you offer to the community, then that's on them.
That's what happened to Richard. When Richard had Bikini Girl on, he said, okay, well, you guys won't fucking listen to me. You guys want to, how am I going to get you guys to pay attention? So he had the Bikini Girl on, as, kind of how I think it went down. And when she did come on, everybody just complained about it.
Yep.
Right.
And it was like, really, guys? Really?
Yeah.
So it was probably the same situation. I don't know. I guess.
Is it just jealousy?
It's jealousy.
Just anger? It's jealousy?
No, it's okay. So, and then here's the thing that I've also noticed: the ones who get the most mad are the ones who have DM'd you, and I don't know, even though I don't flirt in my DMs, I don't flirt. I flirt publicly to be funny because it pisses people off, and I like that. But in private conversations, I don't, because I never want a situation. But the ones who DM you are also the ones who are most likely to block you. You'll be DMing one day, and then you post, I don't know, a picture a week later, and then they.
Yes.
And you know what? And here's the other thing. Richard's not afraid to show himself in his tight T-shirt either, where he's hanging out of it. He's like, hey, this is what I got, and here it is,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, did I miss something, guys? I mean, Richard, I've had a couple of people say, hey, look at Richard's posts or something. Did I miss something in the chat room or something? That I got a couple. You're missing Richard.
He said if he had a six-pack, he'd see it every stream.
Me too, man. If I had my HEX,
that shit's hard to get, dude. It's really hard to get.
Yeah, if I had my sexy still, I'd be showing it, but it's all gone these days.
Yeah, somewhere along the line, my six-pack became a keg.
Richard's just saying you miss all my posts. Richard, dude, I'm I don't have many brain cells left, and us Marines are crayon eaters, so we're not real. I have a hard time paying attention to everything. So reading the chats, I try to read it, but I'm trying to listen to everybody at the same time, so I can almost sound half intelligent when I'm answering everybody. But so that's why I miss a lot of the posts.
He's on.
But you're more than welcome to come on anytime you want, Richard, and
come on, Richard,
and talk to us. We've watched you everywhere else but here. Just to let you know,
you should be able to use your body, especially it's the reason people are so jealous about a good body is because it's hard to get, and it takes self-control, and it's a lot of work.
I think that a lot of people believe that it's just good genes, though, and so just genetic, and so people with a certain genetic chemistry have an advantage, and they don't want those people to use that advantage. But the thing is, if you had a certain genetic chemistry that gave you, intelligence or genius, you wouldn't fault someone for using that. And I don't see attractiveness as any different, but a lot of people do.
Okay, he's coming.
Okay. Oh boy, here we go.
I egged him on a little bit. I sent him the link and I said, hey.
Okay, fuckers, I'm going in. Let's do it.
RG, let me tell you something, brother.
Hey, man, I've been trying to get him to come in.
Teach you how to be tactful and how to talk to women properly. That's what he's going to do.
Johnny, you got to send Richard a
No, he's going to teach me his way. My way is tactful and proper for me. I'm sorry. My way is the way it is. I'm too old.
No, RG has taught me so many things. Remember that first call that we did that wasn't even on the video? What we weren't streaming. We were just talking. And you're like, this is why that happened. It's because they have these imaginary relationships with you. And then you have to break up. and like the breakups are like long. I was like, oh my gosh, that makes so much sense.
It is. These guys, they literally they fall in love, get married to you, and in a chat, you know, you say something nice to them, or you even acknowledge them, and they'll have a relationship with you, and then you have to somehow break up with them in the middle of the chats.
Yeah,
see it all the time.
And then they have to be angry for a while.
Yeah, that's kind of sad, man. If that's like for some of those guys and stuff, that's probably like the only interaction they've had with a girl in weeks or months or something. And damn, dude, that's feels bad, bro.
Yep.
Damn. Well, I'm gonna get something to drink since Rich is coming. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah. What's up? And where's he at? He said he was coming. He might have had to go put some new clothes on because NrdGrl's in here. Maybe he's getting himself all fresh up.
So he might have to put some clothes on.
Putting some cologne on, fixing his hair. He's got to do some push-ups. He's probably doing some push-ups right now.
Get the bling on.
Guys, you know, I asked him to come on. I used to have a show called Crypto Love Line that nobody watched. And I asked Richard to come on one time, and he asked me to send him a link to the show, and then he never responded.
Yeah.
Do you feel jaded?
I'm gonna probably have to shut the show down in a second. My office is my mother's staying with me right now. She's visiting from out of town, and I'm in her room, which is my office also. So I might end up getting kicked out of here pretty soon.
Yeah.
Right. Well, you know, if we get Richard on here, it's probably going to go for another 3 hours.
That's what, I'm gonna go prep this right now. So if he does come in, and if he doesn't when I come back, I'm gonna shut it down. But anyway, I'll be right back. I want to get this more water and get this fixed.
Right.
But just so we're clear, you're claiming your free claim. Right?
I'm gonna do my free hack. I'm gonna get the RG sent me. I'm gonna go through the whole minting process. Yes, I promise. And then I'll post it.
You're awesome.
And I'll even say I'm now a cutthroat so that RG will put me back.
Ooh, that rum tastes good.
Straight rum? Oh, I guess that's what pirates drink.
Yeah. Oh, this was pretty good actually. If you ever had it with Coke, tastes shit without it though. Honestly, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's really cool. Like, one of the reasons I always like Bible stories and things like that is just because, like, as humans, we just love stories, and we love something like these old biblical stories just survive through the times just because, you know, it's just something you could just verbally tell people over time and stuff. You know, there we go. Is he coming or no?
I don't know.
Oh.
All right, stuck my mom on the
changed
couch.
colors or something. What is up with him?
What do you mean? Oh, I've been
Not the same outfit?
I've been getting tan, dude. I've been hanging outside and getting back to the beach, and me and the wife go out walking every day and all that good stuff. So I've been getting some sun, man.
Yeah. It is getting warm over here in Cali, man. Damn. The average day is starting to get like 80 degrees, 90, 100 sometimes.
You know what I was looking at yesterday is I was like, how far would it be for me to drive from where I live to Florida? Because I was like, oh, Disney World is going to reopen and nobody is going to go. And I have been wanting to take my daughter. I'm like, it's going to be inexpensive. Turns out Richard just trolled RG.
Man.
No.
Man.
Wait.
Well, Richard can pop up at any time randomly through the Discord stream because he's in the Cutthroats also. So if, you know, being the link that I followed to get here is in there, he can hit it and go in here right now anytime he wanted to.
Yeah.
So
a wild Richard appears.
And 9 times out of 10, I give it to him personally in the chat. So he has it, and he's also part of the Cutthroats. So he's always got it if he wants to come on.
Yeah. So what's up with the NrdGrl name? I never asked you that.
Okay, NG are my initials.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, so and then I'm a nerd and a girl.
Oh my god.
What?
No, I'm just like
It was pretty
on
simple.
the nose. Yeah, pretty on the nose. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the 007.
I think I wanted Undercover Nerd for my blog, like my website, and they wanted a lot of money for it, and I was like, no, I'm not going to pay like $3,000 for a domain. Right. And then I don't know. So that just kind of like I was trying to think of something that was similar, and then 007 kind of came from there. And then now I think that it works best because I'm like 007 is my license to tweet. No.
Okay, I got it. Sounds good.
No, someone else made that up about me, and I was like, yeah, I like it. All right.
License to tweet. Like it.
Are you for 007 being a girl?
Am I? Oh, like James Bond?
Yeah. Like I heard they were trying to do that. I'm not sure if they're still going with it.
I believe it. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it will be cool. I don't want to say that it's not going to be cool before.
Right.
It's done, but like I don't have a problem. I mean, it's going to be weird, you know, but
yeah,
it's cool sometimes.
Like I was actually who was that hater ass chick from Marvel? The one that played Captain Marvel. Yeah,
Captain Marvel. Yeah.
Yeah, the movie was actually good, but her outside of the movie was she seemed like a really not a good person. To tell you the truth, some of the stuff she was saying, but I actually thought it was going to be a horrible movie, and it turned out pretty good. I was like, not bad.
Yeah. I was Captain Marvel for Halloween one time.
Captain Marvel.
So what she's saying is she likes to do the cosplay thing.
Yes. Ew, it's fun. Why not? Who doesn't like costumes?
Right.
I'm sitting here with the giant dragon, you see. That's my backdrop.
Johnny Chaos makes props, NrdGrl. He does like
you do?
He's like got skeletons and skulls and things all over his walls and masks and all kinds of stuff. He does props.
Do you go around to Comic-Con and dress up?
I do a lot of the horror conventions. So
okay.
I'm actually out in the horror convention stuff because I sell masks and I also sell materials for other people and other artists to make things out of. So. And I sell makeup products and stuff. So I get the cosplayers and the body paints and that stuff cool. Too. So
cool.
He's going to be making some shit for me one day.
Yeah.
Here, while we're waiting for Richard, I'll walk around. You want to see?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And too. So that's another
here's my pillar. Here's my pillar of skulls. RG wants one of those in his house.
Yeah.
What would it cost to make?
I don't know if I can spin this camera around.
Wait, did you hear? Hex Jesus.
Look at that. See, I like those candelabras right there.
Yeah, that's tight as hell.
Yeah, buddy.
So you're made from real femurs.
So I've got like cabinets full of makeup.
Built from wrecked
full body paints.
Wrecked crypto traders.
And those are my practice body paints.
Oh,
back there.
Nice.
Practice body.
Those are a lot easier to work on than a model because they don't move.
But a lot less fun.
I've done a few. But that's a little bit of a new areas. Body painting. I don't do a lot of it. I did a couple cool ones, but that's my gig.
Cool.
Here's the whole dragon. See? I don't know if I can turn it. There we go. See the giant dragon behind me?
Yeah. But what is it? Is it costume or it's just a prop?
No, that is my guardian for my shop. I put him out front and it breathes fire too. I mean, I can. I'm not trying to take up your show, RG. I didn't want to.
No, that's okay.
But I'll do it.
It's pretty interesting.
I just got a message saying that he's coming. So whatever we can do to fill up some time here.
Ready?
Whoa! Whoa, that's cool.
You have that thing. You have that thing loaded up and ready to go all the time. Is that what that is?
Oh, it's plugged into the wall. So when I come up here, and I turn on my power to sit in my studio, it's automatically on. So all I got is I've got a little key fob here, and that runs the dragon.
Cool.
When I get all the animatronics in it, then it'll be fun, and I'll post up on the Twitter.
Have you ever made like an art car for Burning Man?
No. No.
That seems
never
like
gone to Burning Man.
Your alley.
I'm actually on the other side of the map, so it's a long way to either Florida or California from where I'm at.
Yeah, that'd be a long way to put together something. I'd like to get a pirate ship out there, Burning Man. That would be
awesome. That would like they do have some amazing art cars. Have you ever been, RG?
Yes.
What was that?
That was some hesitation.
Yeah,
I have been. Yes, I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever been, Jesus?
To where? Burning Man?
Yeah.
No, I have not to Burning Man, but I've been out to like Coachella and some of those other places out there in India, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a blast. I mean, it's really a blast. It's crazy, but it's a blast.
I think that like my favorite thing about Burning Man is that there's like the gift economy, right? So there's like, you don't, for a week or 10 days or however long you're there, you don't transact. You're just like, and you never have to think about, I don't know. It's it's cool.
You don't have to think about how things are going to come to you. I mean, you just had to figure out a way to make it happen.
Yep.
That's how it works.
It's so cool. They clean up the whole desert as well afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, they don't do it. You know, like there's definitely it's not perfect, but
right.
Yeah, the ideals behind it are really cool.
Yeah. It is a cool deal.
Yeah.
There's a lot of crypto people out there.
Tons of crypto. That's why I went the first time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Coachella used to be really cool too, except they just started getting kind of corporate-y.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
radio in general sucks nowadays. So here's another fun fact about RG3. I used to work for one of Southern California's most popular radio stations. I worked on a morning show called Kevin and Bean. They went national. I was one of their first assistant morning show producers, and then I drove the van around and actually went to the first Lollapalooza and hung out with all those folks. And yeah, I was part of the K-Rock community for a long time. And then guess who's here? So before I can get into this really interesting story, we have the man, the myth himself. Everybody, welcome for the first time to the Discourse Syndicate, our man, Richard the Heart. How are you doing, sir?
Woo!
He's like, I ain't gonna fucking answer you.
This isn't working.
You're froze. Yeah. We can hear you.
It's not working.
I hate RG3. I hate Johnny Chaos.
It's not working.
I hate these guys.
You're working.
Yeah, you're working.
You're working, Richard.
It's not stage fright.
That's true.
You are working.
He's faced a lot harder audiences than us.
You are working.
I'm in the show. Great.
You are.
You can hear me, but I can't hear you.
Oh.
I'm fixing something. So
Okay.
Okay.
He's got to fix something.
He'll try again.
Okay, so let's see where we're at. So right now we're at 89 people are watching right now. Let's see what happens when Richard gets on here. He's posted that we've been on and we're having a good show, and the number shot up like 40 people just from him mentioning it.
Nice. He goes to 13 and 37 live viewers.
No, don't stop talking. So, okay, so I'll finish my story.
Yeah, guys, I want to tell you my idea before he comes back on.
All right.
You know this shirt, the like Satoshi HODL shirt that I made? What if I make a shirt like this, but with a picture of Richard and like steak instead of HODL?
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
If you showed him like that, I'll bet he'll agree and say, yes, you go right on ahead and do it.
Well, how else
Stake
am I
it.
supposed to show him, RG?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Do that, and he will more than likely say, "Well, you go right at it. You go right on ahead."
Okay.
Just put rich steak, steak rich.
But yeah, I didn't know that the girls were going to do a bikini contest. I just thought that they wanted Hex bikinis. No?
Oh, there he is.
All I knew is they wanted bikinis, and Annette posted about wanting a bikini, and Richard actually has them on his site. But the market, and so he posted a picture of what it looked like, but he didn't have it. He doesn't have the paying activated or the.
All right, everybody, let's see if this works now. So here we are for the first time on Discourse Syndicate. Our fearless leader, Richard the Heart. Can you hear us?
How's it going, guys? Yes.
we can hear you.
So I'm experimenting with this new awesome sound processor. It's called RTX Voice from NVIDIA that makes everything sound great. It kicks up your audio quality really high and stuff.
Right.
But it's tricky because every app has to be set up for it, and since I've never used this app before, it was nah. So you could hear me, but I couldn't hear you, so I had to deactivate it and log back in and all this crap. Right. So sorry for the technical issues.
Sorry, it does really sound great.
And everything. It's just
it does sound great.
Is that the same one you were putting in?
You figured out how to get me on your show, dude. Well, this is just the normal setup. This is normal setup now. I deactivated the RTX, so it's just normally great because it's a good setup. But the RTX kicks it up a little bit even better. If you have background noise. If you don't have background noise, then it doesn't help that much. So, and then it's okay, well, I'm being ignored. God damn it. Well, then, okay, I'll come on the show and say this stuff directly, I guess.
I wasn't really doing it on purpose.
That's what we got to do to get him to come out.
I'm going to go through all of the things that I've heard you guys talking about because I watch everybody's content, and I was just recently smart enough to start following everyone. Because I always took pride in not following that many people because you look cooler, right? You're hey, look, I got 1 million followers and I don't follow anybody. Look how cool I am. And then it occurred to me, and it's wait a second. The Twitter algorithm shits the content of the people I follow onto my followers, and then I don't have to do it. And so when I follow you guys, all of the stuff that you post and gets engagement and whatnot will be filtered down to all of my other followers without any effort or work of my own, right? Yeah. So it's very intelligent to follow the people whose message you want to spread and are saying cool stuff,
So you're saying we're saying cool stuff?
Yeah. And I've learned stuff from watching you guys. This system is so complex that even though I invented it, it has emergent properties that were unanticipated that are very cool to learn about. So one of the things I learned is, hey, if you're just tired of seeing the share price ratchet up against you, you can emergency end stake and restake for longer and get more shares. Yeah. That never occurred to me. I was oh, well, yeah. And then you see people doing it. I never thought of that, right? Originally, for a while, I thought doing a longer than 10-year stake was stupid because the bonus stops at 10 years. And then someone pointed out that when that year hits, if you're forced to restake, you're restaking at a crappier price and you're going to get less shares. And so if you stake for over 10 years, even though the bonus maxes out, you still are going to have more shares through that phase of the next 5 years because you weren't forced to restake at a crappier rate. I was oh, okay. Yeah, good point, So I learned things about the system that I designed because they're non-obvious emergent properties that take analysis and research to discover, right? I'll give you another thing that I had wrong for a while, and then I learned. When you go on Uniswap and you start trying to guess how much the price is going to move, and you see a slippage indicator on there, you think that that's the price, but it's not. It's misleading. And Uniswap, when you place an order, it averages your entry all the way through pay, and that your total block is averaged. So if you personally move the price from here to here, your average is the middle of that, and that's what your slippage is. But the actual price moved far beyond, you see? So I used to quote that shit wrong. I misunderstood it. It was very hard to understand, complex. You know, who the hell has experience with automated market makers? It's this new paradigm. And then after researching and reading enough white papers and getting in deep enough, I was like, wait a second, the price moves as a square. So right now there's about 21,000 Ethereum in hexdex.win Uniswap version 1, where there's 10x more liquidity than version 2, by the way. So you get better price execution almost always. Then another 21,000 ETH. The price doesn't double. It goes up 4x. So every time you double the ETH, you get a 4x. If you triple the ETH, you get a 9x. If you 4x the ETH, you get a 16x. If you 5x the ETH, you get a 25x in a single order. So you don't have to look at that price slippage indicator thing. You just look at how much ETH is sitting in Uniswap, and then every time it multiplies something, the square of that is how far the price will move. So for instance, somebody that, you know, is always doing analysis and stuff is the phone info guy, who also makes videos and such. And, you know, he quoted the price slippage thing as though that were how much it would take to move the price. But no, it's much less. So he thought it would take like, you know, 5 million to get to a penny or something like that. But it's much less actually, right? So like 5.3 million right now is 21,000 ETH, which means if someone put in 5.3 million in a single order, you would get the price to 4x.
Wow.
That's not a lot of money.
No.
Right. In crypto, 5 money. Now, will the price stay that high? Well, no, people could sell into it. Or it could just keep going up like the last guy that doubled the price.
Right.
A guy doubled the Genesis whale dude doubled the price, and it's never been back there since. And he did that in a single order. That could happen again, you know? Because there's, I mean, some of these wallets I see buying Hex have $23 million in Ethereum sitting in them. Just that one wallet. You don't even know how many wallets the guy has. So, I mean, the potential for this thing to go up is like, it would be so easy for it to go up. So very easy. And I love it because the automatic market maker allows you to predict how much economic energy will mathematically, provably cause a certain price movement. You can't do that on exchanges. Exchanges have iceberg orders where you have a little order that shows and then hidden liquidity under it. So an iceberg order is where there's a visible order followed by a hidden order, and you keep selling into this visible order, but it never goes away because it keeps filling with this hidden liquidity. A lot of order books have that because it's, you know, fake bid walls, fake liquidity, bots, all this bullshit. Hexdex.win, on-chain exchange, no sign up, no ML, no KYC, solves all that. No stupid bid walls, no gaps in liquidity, no scam wicks. Like, it's just so fucking good. It's so good. And you can make these price predictions, which is just fabulous. And you can't do that in any other normal market maker system. It's really amazing. Like, no one can tell you how much money it will take to drive up the Bitcoin price. It's just not known. But in Hex, because Uniswap is the leading market that does so much volume, it's just, you can make these statements, you know?
Hey Richard, do you know when Tornado.cash will be up for the Hex?
Well, so here in Hex, we don't do expectations.
Right.
And we don't have a roadmap, and we don't expect work. We don't expect profit from the work of others. Yet magically, everything keeps getting better because people keep building amazing shit. So you saw 10alexa10 on here earlier, who makes really great looking charts and has a financial background, and his charts speak to that audience, which he's worked with for decades. You know, he's doing that for Hex. You get that by being in the Hex ecosystem, and you also get all the cool stuff Hex.Live does, and all the stuff the new Staker app's going to do, and all those apps that are built on Hex that only use Hex as inputs that give demand to Hex, in theory, right? Like, if they have their own source of users that got into Hex to get into that, then they are bringing people to the ecosystem. If they're just leeching existing users, then it's a question of whether the founders take the Hex that they took from the other people and then stake it for longer or dump it. So if people are onboarding new users, it's obviously good for Hex. If people are recycling existing users, then it's a question of who was going to stake their Hex longer. The original guy that had the Hex before we got into this tier 2 thing, or the guys in the tier 2 that like founded it that are taking all the Hex from the other people. Are they staking it or dumping it? I haven't done that analysis, but that is the analysis you would want to do to measure the net positive good of things built on Hex, right?
Right.
things that face the open world and just onboard new users are just like an easy win, like almost always good, you know? I mean, as long as they're not scams. And I don't think we have many. Well, people have tried to launch scammy shit and scam Hex users. And there have been, you know, like people saw how well things went with Hex, and then they just think that, oh, you know, everything can go well like that. And they don't realize that the vast majority of everything else fails like fuck. Like failure is the soup du jour of crypto. They don't understand, like there's been copies of Hex that have already started, launched, tried to market, and failed, and no one's ever heard of them. No one's ever heard of them. I've seen them. I saw the developers lose money. I saw like everything fucking totally didn't work, right? So like, you know, how many DeFi hacks have you seen? Like Compound or
yeah.
We saw a 500K exploit yesterday.
Every 2 days, it feels like it.
We saw, yeah, like, you know, and some of these, they have smart people working on them. It's just, once your attack surface gets large enough and you move fast and break things and you don't take enough, like a year or two to look and try and figure out what will fuck up and get multiple audits and get tons of eyeballs on it. If you don't do all that, you're playing with fire. Because this is extremely complicated. Bitcoin itself has very intelligent developers. It's had 2 fucking inflation bugs and numerous other bugs. I mean, you can go through the CVE, critical vulnerability. I can't remember what the E is. So their CVE announcements tells you like, yo, this shit is critical and we fixed it and here's what it did and here's how we fixed it and all that stuff. So like software's hard. Crypto's really hard. Immutable crypto's really, really, really hard, right? So like, you can't do this move fast and break shit. And then people, I've seen, so for instance, 10alexa10 was on here, right? And he said he tried one of these shit coins that had the word Hex written in the name. And it just fucking like blew my mind because there is no relationship at all between Hex and the amazing code that makes it what it is and a fucking scam coin literally generated for free from a free token generator that the asshole diluted the brand and abused the trademark and put the word Hex in it. Because some fucking guy puts up a website that says, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that and I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And here's my fucking ERC20 token that I generated on my ass for free online that literally when you read the code, when you go look, inspect the contract, it literally says generated for free at fucking xyz.com. If you put money into somebody's fucking single page website that he's going to do a million things and then he puts the fucking Hex name in it, holy shit, man, you didn't learn anything from all of the things that I've been telling you. You just bought somebody's promises and didn't you learn anything from 2017? Did Hex take anyone's money with promises? No. It launched complete. No bullshit, exit scam, promising, none of that, right? It's a fucking security, literally. Like, hey guys, I want you to take your money and put it into a central pool so that I can do this work to make you rich. That's a goddamn security. It's a regulated behavior. And the reason they had to regulate it is because so many people are so fucking stupid that they'll give any scammer that puts up a fucking website with some promises on it all their fucking money. There's a Wikipedia page called Advanced Fee Fraud. What do you think a Nigerian 419 scam is? Dear sir, my uncle, Billy Bo Baggins from Nigeria, he inherited 25 million, but it's locked up in customs. So if you can just send us 20 grand to get it out of customs, we'll give you like 20 million. Cool? Good deal? So stupid. I mean, and I hate to see people fucking violating the Hex trademark to sell these fucking scams. And then people that don't think, they think, oh, well, this might be built on Hex. No. There's no relationship at all. Nothing. None. There are very few things built on Hex, and I tell you what they are. Hex Rise, Hex 2, Hex Max, those things are built on Hex, and you use Hex as the only inputs that you can use, and they stake the Hex in the real fucking contract. That's built on Hex, period. Right? Or is a scam coin that someone shits out of their ass and just fucking steals the trademark and writes Hex in it? Is that related to Hex? No, there's nothing in common whatsoever, you know? And you when you see these things, So it pisses me off when people talk about their fucking names. Have I mentioned any names? No. But have I given you enough warnings to know what to look out for so you don't have to get fucked? Yes. So I've warned you and helped you not get fucked and not promoted scams and not given you any keywords to Google. So you can't even accidentally get scammed, you know, because you've been warned and you haven't been given a URL to go fuck yourself with, right? So you got to be, look, I'm a fucking genius. I'm a thought leader. I've been in this space for as long as you can be, basically, right? Like I got in a year and a half, 2 years after crypto was invented. Guys that are still smart people, it takes time to figure out all of the nuances and scam shit, right? People are talking about like, oh, is there going to be a next HEX? It's like, is there going to be a next Windows? When are you going to use the better Windows? When are you going to use the better Amazon? When are you going to use the better Google? Like network effect actually is a thing. Yeah. And the reason that you don't see Bitcoin beating the shit out of all the altcoins is because it doesn't actually have network effect. It's very hard to onboard new users. There's less retailers that accept it now than 2 years ago. The transaction fees are higher now than 3 years ago. The fucking throughput has not increased barely at all. Even the shit that was on the roadmap we were supposed to get, fucking block size increase was on the roadmap. The bandwidth is faster. You get fucking gigabit bandwidth to your goddamn cell phone. You can get 100 megabit bandwidth to your cell phone shitloads of places. Shitloads. The prepaid plans fucking have it. Like, go to South Korea and see how their fucking internet is. Why can't we get a block size increase? Why? Exactly. Why the fuck not? Why? It doesn't make any sense. Computers are faster, storage is faster, bandwidth is faster, everything's fucking moving better, but the thing that was on the roadmap, we don't get. And what are they working on? They're working on their competitor to Bitcoin that they make money on, called Liquid,
yeah.
that removes use cases from Bitcoin. You're just like, fucking, now, so to Monero, the darknet, right? Mm-hmm. Most people on the internet, most people on the darknet accept only Bitcoin, period. Mm-hmm. I have no fucking idea why.
I do.
NerdGrl said she interviewed some of them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, I listened. She said that they can't stand the volatility. But if they were truthful in saying that, why the fuck do they accept Bitcoin? Because it's volatile as shit.
Because they don't have another option.
And I think Monero is roughly. They do. They have, look, this crypto shit's relatively fungible, right?
Yeah, but like like the marketplaces only accept certain cryptocurrencies, and yeah, I mean Bitcoin's volatile, but they don't really accept a stable coin. So it's the most stable of unstable options.
I guess my connection sucks. I heard. I'm sorry, you dropped. You said Bitcoin's volatile?
Yeah, Bitcoin is volatile, and they don't really want to be speculating on that either. But since PayPal isn't an option on the dark web, and marketplaces aren't enabled for stable coins, Bitcoin is the least volatile of volatile options. At least that's what they told me.
So here's my position. Yeah, I think those guys misunderstand what's going on. So I believe that the darknet, if you're doing shit that society frowns upon, and particularly things that society frowns upon that they imprison you for, you seem like an ideal user for technology that makes you anonymous, you know? So anonymous technology has existed for a long time. Am I breaking up, or is this okay?
I hear you.
Is my connection okay, or is it fucked?
You're lagging a little bit.
You're lagging
here
a bit,
there.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
But we're here.
Well,
truck along.
There's not that much I can do about it. Yeah. So the, I mean, I could reduce my video quality. It might help. Let me do that real quick. Here, I turned my video quality down. Maybe it helps. So if we've had anonymity technology for a long fucking time. So Bitcoin mixers have existed, like Wasabi and Samurai. Zcash has been around. It's dog shit. Their anonymity set is garbage, and their price performance is garbage. And their founders are drunk. Just for giggles. If you block me on Twitter, I'm going to fucking say mean things to you. So these guys have a founder's tax where they made 20% on every block. They hire 80 devs. They dump the price to shit for fucking years, right? Mm-hmm. And then they're like, yo, we need more money. You're like, dog, nobody uses your shit for anonymity. You made it optional like an asshole. It should have never been optional, but you made it that way. So now there's no anonymity set. So it's not actually useful for anonymity. So you made an anonymity coin with flaws in its trusted setup with like, I hate Zcash. So anonymity technology has existed for a while. People just don't fucking use it because they're lazy. And for the most part, you can't catch the fuckers that are doing obvious shit anyway, right? So it's basically just laziness. If I could flip a switch and all the people that were doing good and honest and ethical things on the dark net, like, I don't know, selling an ebook or something, right? Like,
right.
Here's how to tie a sailor's knot ebook or whatever, okay? If you're selling that on the dark net, you should probably use Monero. Why? Because it has an anonymity set and it works, right? I don't know why the fuck anyone would use Bitcoin on the dark net. I have no idea. Now, what other technologies exist that allow us to have anonymity? ZK snarks, which are zero knowledge proofs. And there's different ones. There's like Plonk and ZK. There's all types of different ZK zero knowledge proofs. You don't need to know them all. Tornado.cash is a zero knowledge proof on the Ethereum network that currently supports Ethereum, DAI, CDAI, USDT, and USDC. Now, most of those are stable coins. As a matter of fact, only one of those isn't a stable coin. Now, here's the situation. Is Tornado.cash open source? Yes. So you fork it, and now what can you do? Nothing. Why? Because there's no front end, and someone has to build a front end. Because they didn't open source the front end. Now, what does having the front end allow them to do? It allows them to gatekeep what fucking coins get to use the technology or not. And I see this shit in crypto all the time. Fake open source, right? Hex is not open source. You cannot copy it and do whatever the fuck you want with it. Ethereum is open source. When Ethereum improves, Hex gets those improvements because Hex utilizes Ethereum. But Hex itself is not fucking open source, and we do not pretend to be. But the rest of decentralized finance pretends to be open source, but leaves out the fucking parts that you need to actually use them without some other counterparty, right? So someone had to fork Tornado Cash to add Hex to it and then build a fucking front end because they don't open source theirs, right? It's actually a decent amount of effort that someone has to perform in order to allow and get rid of the fucking gatekeeping, right? They don't want you to be able to have anonymity in any coin. They just want you to have anonymity in the fucking coins they choose.
Right.
That seems a little shitty to me. Seems a little shitty to me. Now, while I'm saying that's shitty, I wouldn't be surprised if whoever did the Tornado Cash fork for Hex just let it support Hex as a competitive advantage over other coins, right?
Sounds pretty nice.
It doesn't claim to be fucking open source, right? Like it's not pretending. It's not pretending like, oh, look, look, we're open source and everything's fucking cool and kumbaya. But yo, actually all the shit you need to do to use this, it's closed source as fuck, ha ha ha. Right? And it's that way with nearly all of DeFi, right? You want to do margin trading for Hex? You want to fork a product to do margin trading for Hex? You get into the nuts and bolts and you're like, okay, half the shit's not documented. Like, where's the fucking insurance fund documented? It's not nowhere. Oh, okay. Didn't even know that shit existed. Good thing we looked in the code. Hey, yeah, so how do you do order matching? Good luck. Good luck figuring the order matching out, bro. So the protocol's open, right? You can like long and short, but good luck getting your fucking order from your browser into the fucking blockchain. You're left on your own there, right? Hex isn't that way, by the way. You can use Hex through another hex.win or Etherscan or hardhex.xyz or AppHex or hexmob.win or Hex mobile app, whatever the fuck. There's like 7 different ways that you can use Hex fully. If any of them, one of them shuts down, who gives a fuck? But these margin trading platforms that are DeFi, their fucking order matching goes off. I have no idea how you're getting your money out, dude. I really have no idea how you do it. I don't think anyone knows how. Because it's fake DeFi. It's one motherfucker that's actually in charge, right? So
one switch and it's gone.
All this? Well, Hex does everything better, right?
Yeah.
Hex is more honest. It does everything fucking better. And because the community is so amazing, really cool shit keeps getting built on top of it with no expectations or promises whatsoever. It's just an emergent property. Just cool, So if someone, so now let's say we now have a tornado.cash for Hex. Let's call it Hexnado. Okay. What makes that useful? Well, there has to be liquidity in it.
Right.
So right now, if you go to tornado.cash for Ethereum, you can only mix up to 100 Ethereum.
Really?
That's not a lot of money. 100 Ethereum is not a lot of money. That's like $2,500, $2,300, or no? How much is that? 23,000? I can't remember. How much is 100 Ethereum?
Yeah, it's like
10 it's 23,000. It's like 23,100 right now. So some shit like that. So do people in crypto want to anonymize financial? My connection's so fucked. I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay.
It's low.
Figures.
I can try and fix it.
Dude.
I can try and fix it. Do you want me to try and fix it?
Yeah, try and fix it.
I'm enjoying the hell out of this, man. That's so cool.
I got Richard and NerdGrl on the show at the same time. That's awesome. It's awesome.
We're gonna break the internet. We're gonna break the internet.
Richard enters, we all go quiet.
Yeah,
We're
all very quiet. Yeah.
Hey,
observe.
Richard should change his name to a Wild Richard.
Trying to be as quiet as possible so everybody can hear him,
Yeah.
Right.
What happened to the live stream? Did more people come on or more people not here because this has been going on for a while?
No, we've jumped up by about 40 people. 50.
Okay.
Does this sound better?
It sounds much better so far. You were sounding fine, and then it would glitch out a little bit and freeze up, and then come back in. But it's working now.
Yeah. So, if it fucks up, tell me. So, is there any shit that was broken that didn't come through? Because I'll just repeat it.
It was coming through. It was coming through.
So when I was talking previously, is there anything? Okay. So in order for an anonymity protocol to be useful, there needs to be a large enough mass of people, an anonymity set, for you to operate in so that nobody can tell who's doing what, right?
Right.
Now, why is this important? First of all, privacy is a human right. Check with the United fucking Nations, okay? Second, people can't be free unless they can do things privately, right? It's why we wear clothes. It's why we have private parts. It's why we close our fucking blinds. People that are against privacy are scumbags. They say shit like, if you don't have anything to hide, you don't need privacy. That's like saying, because you don't have anything to write, nobody needs the free speech. Like, you don't have anything to say, therefore no one needs free speech. No, motherfucker, some people have something to say. Just because you might not care about your privacy doesn't mean other people do not. So I believe, and this is a principle that Rick Falkvinge, who's the leader of the Pirate Party, popularized. And we have existential differences on cryptocurrency choice. But he says we should have the digital similarity to analog. So in whose phone's ringing?
It's my daughter calling. I'm sorry. I'm trying to tell her.
Well, you can get it.
I'm going to mute myself.
You can get it if you want.
I'll mute it.
But probably mute so you don't dox your family. Okay. Yeah. So if you send someone a letter, nobody's allowed to open the fucking letter. It's a crime. Nobody. But if you send an email, everybody's eyeballing that shit. Google's reading it. ISP's reading it. Everybody's reading it. So why the fuck did we lose rights when we went from mail to email? Because people are lazy assholes and they don't realize how hard we fought for those rights. So when you use cash, does anyone know how much money you got in your bank account? No. When you send a wire transfer, does anyone know how much money you have in your bank account? No. But when you pay with crypto, people know how much money's in your bank account, who the fuck else you've ever spent money with, how much money you make. They know fucking everything. It's bullshit. It's terrible. It sucks. And the only thing that solves that is anonymity. Period. 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 So in order for the digital technologies that are taking over now to give us the same benefits and features of the analog technologies of the past, effort needs to be made. So somebody, I've seen it, somebody forked Tornado.cash, made it work for Hex. And if they host it and make it free to the public, which would be pretty cool. I mean, I'd like to see that. I don't know why they'd build it if they weren't going to do that. And then someone puts a lot of liquidity in there. and has a big anonymity set and maybe supports more than 100 ETH equivalent, right? Well, then you'd have, in theory, a token that was more useful for anonymity than Ethereum itself currently, because of the low amount of participants in the anonymity set and the smaller values that are supported by Tornado.cash currently, and the gatekeeping, which makes it so that only their selected golden fucking homie coins are allowed to use it, which is like, it enrages me. So
Hey Richard. So So when you use, because I've never used a Tornado.cash or anything like that. So when you're using that, so let's just say I send HEX to Tornado.cash, and then basically I'd have to use an unaffiliated wallet for it to be private
currently, because it's not supported.
No, but if it was, like, how would someone as a user use it? Yeah.
Sure. Right. So how would the HEX Tornado.cash fork work if it gets released? Which I'd be surprised if it did, but who knows? You have your HEX in your wallet. You send it to the contract address using, the functions, right? Like deposit or whatever the fuck.
Right.
It gives you a receipt. That receipt is your key to get that money. If you lose it, you don't get your money out ever. And neither does anyone else. You need that key to get the money out. It's called a note. Okay. Now, once you have sent that money in there, the whole world can see that you did that. So the whole world that you can see that you sent either 1,000 ETH, or I don't even, they don't support 1,000, either 100 ETH or 10 ETH or 0.1 ETH or 1 ETH, right? Because they did it by orders of magnitude. So now you want to get the benefit of doing that deposit. You want to get your anonymous money out. Okay, how are you going to do that? You're going to use your node. Okay, but in Ethereum, you've got to pay for gas to run that transaction. And if you used your own ETH to pay for the gas to pull that money out, you would have just repolluted all that shit. They would know it was you again, right? So how do you solve that? Use relayer network. And what a relayer network does, and Hex already has this, just because somebody built it using meta transactions. So for instance, if you use the tipping bot inside the Telegram groups, like t.me/hex crypto, you can withdraw your Hex without having any Ethereum, because they use this meta transact to convert some of the Hex into Ethereum to pay for the fees to send you the Hex. And so that same thing is what a Tornado.cash relayer does, is they pay the fee to run the transaction, and then they send you the output, and then there's no tie from your wallet to it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Do you understand? So now what you end up with is so you as the user, you send some Hex in, you get a note, you wait a while, right? If you don't trust the shit, right? Maybe you use a different IP, maybe you use a VPN, maybe you go to a friend's house, maybe you use Wi-Fi, or maybe you do trust it and you don't think it's logging you, and you just do it from the same address or whatever. As long as there's enough other people that have deposits in there, and as long as you sat around for a little while, when you withdraw, nobody really knows who did the withdrawal. And obviously withdraw to a new address, right? Like if you fucking
address.
You better.
That would be me.
Yeah, right. Like you put 10 ETH into the mixer,
and I'll just put it right back in the same wallet.
Right.
Tornado it out of your driveway and back into your driveway.
3.65 ETH. Yeah.
Yeah. So like that's the reason you have to use the same amounts currently. Now they're doing a fundraise on gitcoin.co for advancing the technology so that you can use more than just standard amounts. So the amounts aren't hidden right now, but the amounts could be hidden. So right now, to preserve the anonymity set, you need to use static amounts. But with future iterations, you can use multiple amounts. But don't wait, right? Like if you have shit that works now, like people are talking about, oh, what's the next Hex going to be? Guys, this Hex isn't even rolling yet. Like let's get the first Hex going, and then it's like, Bitcoin's 10 years old. Where's the next Bitcoin? It's not here yet. Maybe Hex is it, right? Like Ethereum is fucking 4 or 5 years old. Where's the next Ethereum? Like, no, there's nothing like even close, really. There's not. So like like Bitcoin has had network effect and liquidity, kind of. Ethereum has had network effect and developers and auditing and you know, tokenization, and all these new upstarts and upcomers, they haven't had an easy time of trying to compete, which is what is so nice about Hex. Hex has, like, Ethereum is able to do shit Bitcoin can't do. They're not actually competing versus each other. They're in different games. Hex does shit that Ethereum and Bitcoin cannot do and will never do. It's a tokenomics issue. Ethereum is like, the staking they're trying to build into Ethereum is not going to work as well as the staking that already exists in Hex.
Right.
If it ever fucking launches. If it ever launches.
Let me, before you get too deep, Richard, I want to back you up on something real quick.
Yeah.
On the Tornado Cash deal. So NerdGrl and I were talking about, you know, privacy. So not necessarily the need to do nefarious shit, but for the need to keep my transactions private.
Yeah.
You said, so I send this into Tornado Cash.
If you're an employer and you pay your employees, you want all your other employees to know what all the other employees are making? That's going to be a fun fucking Christmas, let me tell you. It's mandatory. You have to have privacy in financial transactions. You have to.
But the Tornado deal, so we're talking about that process. When that process happens, so I send it in, I send it out to another wallet, but then I have to transact still. So that other wallet is now doing the transaction, and that's being traced and checked and watched. And so there's really no. I'm trying to see the use
it
case
again and
for
again. You just keep using it as often as you need.
Oh, so back into somebody else's wallet, back out to your wallets. I see what you're saying. So now,
so basically, it's the same. It's like every time you want to anonymously do some shit, you make a new anonymous wallet just for that one cause. You know what I'm saying? So you have this type of isolation of accounts in companies, right? Like this is our accounts payable account. This is our accounts receivable account. They're different accounts. They have different purposes, you know? And so, you know, you can mix, like if you're doing transactions with the same guy, you don't need to mix every time because he knows who the fuck you are. And he knows because you're communicating that you're paying him through a side channel, like voice or text, right? So since you're already communicating with that guy and he already knows you're sending the money, and you already need to prove that you sent the money, then there's no reason to mix every time for that guy. So you can just fill up a wallet for that guy. You know what I'm saying? And then when you have a new guy, then you fill up a wallet for that guy. You don't have to fill it, but you get the idea, right?
Yeah.
So you're basically isolating shards of anonymity per endpoint that you're sending to. Now this, by the way, is just a stopgap. Now it's a stopgap that I like because it looks like Hex could have a first mover advantage. Hex can be the first fungible. It can be more anonymous than anything else on the Ethereum network has ever been, and that's pretty fucking great. And it could do that very rapidly. So we're talking like, I mean, it could be now if you want it to be a little uglier, you know. But if you want it to be a little prettier, it could be 2 weeks from now or 1 week. It really depends, like, because someone's got to run those relayers. You want, you know, more relayers, and you want the prices to be good and all that shit. You don't want somebody to like have to overpay to have someone else pay for their transaction fee or whatever. But it has to be attractive enough for people to do it. So that relayer part should be, you know, pretty if you want this thing to work well.
How does an average hexer add liquidity to the pool to a Tornado.cash?
Well, I mean, you could go experiment with it right now and go to Tornado.cash and deposit some shit that's not Hex right now and see how it works. Literally you just go to Tornado.cash, choose one of those coins they support, click deposit, send it, get your note, you're done. Wait around a while, use your note, get back out to a new address, you're done, right?
And it's not really adding liquidity; it's really adding transactions, right? You just want to have lots of transactions happening within the system.
You're increasing the anonymity set by depositing, right? So your deposit allows others to be cloaked better because they don't know whether it was you withdrawing or somebody else. And
the more users, the better the mix.
Well, they don't even know who's withdrawing, right? Like if you deposit, no one ever knows that you actually withdrew, ever, unless it goes to zero. Like if everyone withdraws, then it's obviously you did because there's no one left, right? So in the future, there are other technologies. So let me tell you my vision for Hex, which is very interesting for something that has no roadmap and no expectations of profit from the work of others. I'm going to tell you what I think would be fucking cool anyway. okay? Because maybe someone will do it. That would be great. Open source community distributed project. If people fucking do things, it's fabulous. I would like Hex to have great price performance. It's doing that. I love it. I'd like it to have 100% uptime. It's doing that. I love it. I'd like it to reach out into different communities in different languages. I was watching a Spanish Hex stream today with 3 people on it. I love that, right? I keep seeing these live streams with all the Hexicans, people from all different countries, you know? I love that. I want throughput. Why? Bragging rights. No one needs it. No one needs less throughput than Hex, because we fucking you are staking your shit for a long ass time very often. No one needs throughput less than Hex does. But since everyone in the world decides that this silly metric is something they care about, okay, fuck it, we'll just do it better anyway, right? So you guys care about this throughput shit, even though everything that has it is a ghost chain. Every chain that has high throughput is an unused ghost chain. Period. Every single chain that has high throughput is unused. BSV has high throughput. Only transactions apparently are weather transactions. Some weather app keeps shitting the weather data into it. Wow, what a great use of the tech, right? All the EOS transactions apparently were an airdrop that wasn't successful. Like when you go through and look at what the transactions are in these high throughput chains, it's comedy mode. I mean, and then like Cardano just has like blocks that are fucking empty sometimes. There's like nothing going on, right? So like people shouldn't give a fuck about high throughput, but since they do, then it's not that hard to implement, because there's developers that have already built that on Ethereum and it already works. So there's a technology called ZK Ware, I think. I can't remember off the top of my head. I just followed them. If you go through my follower list, or the people I follow list, they made it so that you can transact at like 1,000 TPS, any ERC20 you want, if you just integrate the shit. So if someone wants to take the fucking time, and I posted this in the dev chat already, if someone wants to do it, if someone wants to take the time to go give Hex 1,000 transactions per second throughput, which is 300 times higher than Bitcoin's, it's very easily doable now. The technology already works now, and it's already open sourced now. Like, fuck, lucky us, right? So we'll have, imagine this, okay? No expectations, no fucking, no roadmap, okay? Just imagine what's possible, right. Okay? Imagine a Hex that keeps its 100% uptime, keeps its amazing price performance, keeps its feature that no one else has, the world's first blockchain time deposit, which monetizes the only thing that actually matters to the price. People buying and not selling. Everything else is narrative bullshit that changes. Oh, Bitcoin's Ethereum's a world computer. No. Distributed autonomous organizations. No. Bitcoin's programmable money. No. It's peer-to-peer cash. No. All bullshit. Narratives that just went away, but the price went up. Well, okay, well, guess what that means? It means that if people keep buying it for whatever fucking reason, then the price keeps going up. And then if the narrative stops working, they just change the narrative. And we hope it works. So Hex monetizes the only thing that actually matters in crypto. Buying and not selling. That's what actually makes the price go up. And all this narrative bullshit is interchangeable and goes away, right? Bitcoin did not need adoption to go to $20,000, to do a 2 million X from a penny. It didn't need adoption, and it didn't need fucking retailer users, and it didn't need fucking throughput, and it didn't need scale, it didn't need nothing but people buying it and holding it. That's all it fucking needed, and it worked wonderfully. And I appear to be the only person that has transcended the charts and transcended the fucking trend lines and transcended the indicators and realized, oh, actually, yeah, buying and holding is the only thing that matters, and everything else is bullshit.
Oh, you're not the only one, because we're here with you.
Yeah, true. I mean, yeah, it takes time to realize. You're like, yo, this shit is like gonna pump, and you're like, noob. You're like, I'll buy it because it has a pretty fucking logo, right? I've never been there. I think some people have been there. Yeah, I think some people buy coins based on logo, dude. Like, yeah, the logo looks good.
For sure. Right? And there's people that buy coins on white papers.
Saying, best logo in crypto.
Hey, look, we got a white paper. We're gonna sell you some promises. Step right up.
Richard, can I make one of those shirts? Is that okay?
Yeah, like,
oh,
one shirt. Yeah.
One shirt.
Okay. Wait,
everyone on the
NerdGrl, give it to him. Show him.
Can I ask?
She's got an idea.
Yes, you can make bikinis for all of the girls.
You saw this already?
Yes, all the girls can make a bikini.
No. The shirt. I want to take a picture of your face and do the like shepherd fairy effect, and then put steak instead of hodl.
Make one. Have fun.
Okay.
One. See, here's the
one.
Yeah, because in the United States, let me tell you how this goes. In the United States, you have to defend your trademark. If you don't defend your trademark, you can get Xeroxed. So Xerox got fucked and lost control of the language for what it made to make a photocopy, because it became common parlance for making a photocopy. They would just call it "make me a Xerox." They got fucked over that, and so you have to actively defend your intellectual property, your trademarks, or you can lose them. So I'm very, very, look at it this way. Would the world be a better place if everyone was wearing a Hex shirt? Probably, right? Would you, but, right? So but would the world be a better place if everyone like made fake Hex shirts to sell fake Hex coins and shit? No. So like it's this fucking balancing act, art, legal shit that the law forces me to act in weird fucking ways to play the game properly. So I have to tell you, like, all rights are reserved. You can make one. I hope it's fair use, and then you're even more golden, right? So like, I've never heard of anyone having a problem. But if legal comes,
you can write express permission.
Fucking.
All right.
You can write express permission if you want to give permission to do.
Yeah. All right. So I didn't want to get. So I've got.
Yeah, but do I actually own the trademark? You know what I'm saying? Do you think I personally own it? So.
That's the other.
There's art to all this shit. I think you'll be okay. Take the risk.
No, I wasn't gonna. I'm not using a trademark.
If somebody sues you for your Hex bikini.
Listen, I'd be altering your image by more than 20%. So technically, I could.
Then you're fine. Like, yeah, fucking fair use the shit out of it. Fair use me to death, dude. Fair use Hex to death. Fair use me to death. Please remix my videos to get search engine fucking keywords. Go kill, please.
All right.
Because it sucks. I want to have an impact in the world, and it sucks that this game has to be played to maintain some legal bullshit. I hate having to do it, but there's just no way around it. Like, look at how fucked Bitcoin got when it didn't get its own domain name.
Sure.
Did that help Bitcoin?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because now people are arguing about it. People are arguing and fighting over and exchanging money over the Bitcoin.com Twitter handle or the Bitcoin Twitter handle, and other property with that name. It's a shit show, right? Like hey, some centralized entity is now going to control this thing that has 700,000 followers or 1.4 million followers, whatever the fuck.
And it's fighting over a chicken wing, right? Too,
because it has a history of doing shit that's a little weird. So it's like, I don't want Hex to have those problems. I want Hex to work better than that. So far it has, and let's hope that it continues.
Aren't they fighting over like Bitcoin.org right now, or they're bidding on it?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, they're fighting over Bitcoin.org. They're fighting over the Bitcoin Twitter handle. I mean, why doesn't Bitcoin.com doesn't seem to be selling the same things that Bitcoin.org does? Hex ain't got that shit. Hex does not have any of those problems, and there's a reason for that, right? So, and it's because it's not an MIT open source fucking thing that you can just do whatever you want with. It's all rights reserved. So if someone fucks around, they can get a letter. Anyway. So back to the anonymity. If Hex has throughput, because it's already done on Ethereum, you just have to actually do the work to integrate it. So there's an exchange that's already got ZK rollups, 1000 TPS exchange. It has low liquidity, which sucks, and it takes about an hour and a half to withdraw, which sucks. But other than that, you can do 1000 TPS with on-chain level security now at loopring.io. Works now. ZK rollups work now. You can also use the ZKware thing, which I might have the name wrong. Matter Labs is like the parent company, and I think ZKware is their implementation that allows you to do ZK rollups, which is my preferred method of scaling Ethereum transactions. There are other forms of scaling, like Plasma and optimistic rollups. I believe they're both inferior. ZK rollups is my favorite. I believe it's the most durable, I'm not going to explain it all. It's very technical. So if someone in the dev chat wanted to implement ZK rollup scaling technology for HEX, they could probably do it in a month. I mean, it's plug and play basically, right? It's already built for ERC20s. HEX is an ERC20. So imagine HEX, world's first blockchain CD. Imagine it has anonymity. Imagine it has throughput. And imagine it has margin trading. Motherfucker, that's it. What's left? What's left? What's left? Identity? No one uses that. Get the fuck out of here. What's left? We have everything. We have everything, right? Like I've already seen working anonymity. Deposit, withdraw, works. I haven't seen like the EXE for the relayer working. So I mean, maybe like I would want to see that because it's important. So we're this close to throughput if someone wants to do it. We're this close to fucking anonymity, like this close, right? And then margin trading, it's probably like, it's harder, right? But I just got word. I got word today, actually, from someone else who's built a margin trading lending thing that will support HEX. And they say that's coming out soon. And these guys release products pretty fast. I'll tell you about them when it exists. So even if these other people I know that are building a margin thing don't finish it fast enough, it's hard. It's really fucking hard. You're writing docs for a system to try and design it. You're like, yeah, we got to write our own docs. And then when new devs come on board, they can read the fucking docs instead of asking the same questions over again. So when you have to write docs for the project, that's just a fucking complicated ass project, man. And then these other guys, they're probably going to get to market faster. So I think margin trading will come online through those other guys faster, and we'll see, right? So if I see a world where you can margin trade HEX, by the way, why do I care about margin trading HEX? When I tell everyone that trading is death. Trading is death. Don't fucking trade. You're going to lose your money. But I really want to see margin trading on HEX.
Because
people learn their lesson.
People want it.
Do you guys know why that is?
Because people want it.
For haters to get wrecked.
Because people are going to learn how bad it is to short altcoins. If you short altcoins, you are going to be forced to buy them back at a price higher than you thought was possible. And so every liquidated short turns into a buyer. So everybody that hates HEX can short the fuck out of it and be forced to buy higher. Good job, guys. You wouldn't listen. You wouldn't
Thanks
take my
for pumping
fucking
the
advice.
price.
You wouldn't take my advice, right? I told you not to trade. You had to trade, right? I told you not to short because you're mathematically fucked. So I'm going to say it again for people who don't listen to me, right? Remember when I told you guys not to FOMO day one? Just sent you the EOS data. Said, look, same launch phase, 350 periods, right? Nobody listened. Nobody listened.
Nobody listened.
Even good friends of mine did not listen. Just nobody fucking listened. I'm like, all right, well.
Dude, it was FOMO inducing, man. Dude, like we were waiting for fucking ever, man.
I just fell asleep for a month, so that's the only reason I didn't FOMO.
If I might have FOMO'd if I was, that shit's emotional. Like, I mean, you fall for it, man. I mean, everybody's FOMO'd once or twice, right? So I'm telling you now, I'm going to give you the fucking math on shorting, okay? Some of you guys are not going to believe it. It's going to be like the Monty Hall problem. You can Google it. You won't understand that one either. If you short crypto, it's fucking suicide. Let's go over the math. Let's say you bought $20,000 of Bitcoin when it was $1. You got 20,000 Bitcoin, right? And let's say the price went up to 20,000 because it did. What's 20,000 times 20,000? 40 million. Pretty sure. Check it. Might be 400 fucking million. Let's check the calculator here. 400 million. That's a lot of money, dude. It's 400 million.
400 million.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if you bought $20,000 of Bitcoin at $1 and you sold at the 20K top, you had $500 million, 400 million. Okay. That's pretty good. That's a 20,000x return. Now, I mean, technically it's a 20,000x multiple. The actual profit is minus your original 20,000. So it would be 400 million minus 20,000 to get your net.
Not bad.
we'll call it a nice 20,000x multiple. Okay. So like Hex has done 116x in 129 days. However, it's went up 115x because you have to subtract out your 1x, right? So I flip-flop between these two depending on what audience. Like a new audience, I like to say went up, and then like an experienced audience, I just like to say like did X because it's shorter. So now let's look at the short side, okay? So I told you Bitcoin goes from $1 to 20K. You bought 20 grand worth. Now you've got $400 million. So let's just invert that, right? I mean, yin and yang. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, right? Newtonian physics. Okay, cool. You short Bitcoin, $20,000 worth of it. You short it at 20,000. Guess what your position is? 1 Bitcoin. You shorted 1 Bitcoin. Or if you're using a dollar denominated contract, you're short $20,000 of Bitcoin. And you short that motherfucker all the way down to $1. Bitcoin goes all the way to $1, dude. It's the best short you've ever seen in your fucking life. You shorted 20K. The shit goes down to $1. How much money did you make?
20,000.
20K.
20,000.
That's
Did you make 400 million?
No.
No. You
Not
made
even
20,000.
close. With higher risk.
So I have explained this to people so many fucking times. I've explained this to people so many times, and they cannot understand it. They can't get it. Because our brains look for symmetry, and it just seems reasonable, and it seems fair that, you know, on every side of a trade, there's a long and a short. One guy takes the other guy's money. It just seems reasonable and logical that, you know, if you shorted from 20K, you would make 400 million. But nope, it doesn't work that way. Now, the thing that I've figured out to try and explain this to people is that the reason that one guy